persuade them.
Okay.
Maliha, what about you? You have a question? Go ahead.
I can go with last one, ma'am.
Okay, fine, cool. So you understood all the 5 situations?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah.
Great, great. Okay, we'll just wait for the others to see if they have any questions first, and then we can start with the conversation. What about Pradeep, Sawan, Vinay, Monica? क्या
Yes,
आपको
ma'am.
5 सिचुएशन समझ में आए? प्रदीप,
Yes.
आपको क्वेश्चन है कुछ? ओके, मोनिका has got it. प्रदीप, आपको कुछ क्वेश्चन है? पूछिए.
Yes, ma'am. Persuade, I don't समझ में नहीं आया मैडम persuade का.
परसुएट करना, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल अगर जैसे हमने ये सबसे ऊपर लिखा हुआ है, परसुएड अ फ्रेंड टू वॉच अ मूवी विद यू. तो अगर आपके कोई दोस्त है जिनको मूवीज देखना पसंद नहीं है, ठीक है, जो मूवीज
हाँ.
देखना नहीं चाहते हैं वगैरह, लेकिन आप उनको मतलब परसुएड कर रहे हैं कि नहीं आपको चलना चाहिए, मूवी बहुत अच्छी है, सुपर हिट है.
Confine करना उनको.
हाँ, तो दैट इज टू परसुएड समवन. को आप कुछ ना कुछ रीजन देंगे, कुछ ना कुछ वजह देंगे, कुछ ना कुछ बोलेंगे मूवी के बारे में, और ऐसे करके उनको आप मना लेंगे आपके साथ
ना
चलने
ना.
के लिए. So that is to persuade someone.
Excuse me, ma'am. Where is river rafting going on? River rafting. I want to say river rafting.
River rafting is also an adventure sport. Yes.
And 20, yeah, where is going on? I forget the place.
I think Rishikesh has river rafting.
Yeah. So many places. Yeah, Rishikesh also.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Cool. प्रदीप, और कोई क्वेश्चन है आपको?
ये एडवेंचर स्पोर्ट्स मैम, व्हाट इज एडवेंचर?
एडवेंचरस स्पोर्ट्स, जैसे मैंने अभी आपको बताया, कोई भी स्पोर्ट जो बहुत थोड़ा रिस्की माना जाता है, या फिर उसके लिए यू हैव टू बी रियली फिट, या लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल बंजी जंपिंग, स्काई डाइविंग, आपने देखा होगा मूवीज में या वीडियोस में.
रिस्की गेम्स,
रिस्की टाइप ऑफ स्पोर्ट कह सकते हैं आप.
स्पोर्ट्स.
या जैसे पैराग्लाइडिंग हो गया, पैरासेलिंग हो गया, अलग अलग टाइप के एडवेंचर स्पोर्ट्स होते हैं.
यस.
कई कई सारे पानी में होते हैं, कई सारे इन द एयर होते हैं, वैसे तरीके. All right. Any other questions, Pradeep?
नो मैम.
All right, cool. So हम लोग आपको pairs में डाल के we'll try to have this conversation. So Maliha, we'll start with you. You want to do the 5th one, is it?
Ma'am, yeah.
Okay, we'll have to pair you with someone who's happy to do the 5th one. So Monica or Shima, will you all be able to partner up with Maliha? Let's try with Monica. She's unmuting. Monica, can you be Maliha's partner? Hello, Monica.
Mom, I think I don't have any idea.
That's okay. It's okay if you don't have any idea, because Maliha will be the one who will try to persuade you, and you have to try to say no. She has
Okay,
to try to persuade you, right? She will give you reasons. She may ask you some questions, and you have to try to say no, and then see if you're getting convinced later, depending on what she says.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, so you just have to respond to what she's saying. That's all. Be a little louder, okay, Monica, so we can hear you clearly.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, Maliha, you can start off.
Okay, ma'am. Hello, Monica. How are you?
I'm fine. What about you?
I'm also fine. Hi, Ruchika. What is your plan for next weekend?
I think I am busy with study. I can't come.
Oh, but we are planning to go for Rishikesh this weekend for river rafting.
Oh,
Take
it's so
pictures.
adventurous.
We can enjoy.
I think I will get terrible fall. I can't come.
No, it's very fun. You will enjoy so much.
I don't want enjoyment. If I get anything bad results, miss, how can I proceed from it?
No, I did so many times. It's very safe, but it's very enjoyable. If you go there, then you feel very very fun loving. Come with
No, I
us.
want to
You
read.
want to try, then you know it's very enjoyable moment. Come with,
You can go. You go, it is better for you.
come now. This is very good opportunity. You can enjoy and join us. We all friends going together. We plan together.
Maliha,
Come what
give her
do
more
na.
reasons. Like give her some reasons of safety. Tell her, she's worried about the risk, right? So try to tell her based
Give
on
us the safety. See, there is safety guards and they give safety jackets to us. It's very safe. It's not dangerous. Don't worry about it. You are my friend. How can you? I take you in danger.
Will you be
Please.
with me?
Yeah.
Doraemon.
But it is risky now. How can you be with me?
I tell you na, it's not risky because they have guards save for safety and they give us safety jackets. It's not dangerous and water is not shallow. It's very matlab, not deep. If you go, you will enjoy.
No, it is risky. I couldn't come. I want to study at home.
Oh,
what else can you try to tell her, Maliha? How will you persuade your friend?
and she stick one sentence. How can I? Acha, okay. Um,
Maybe you
uh,
can tell her that you'll share some videos or something like that with her where she can,
okay,
see.
okay. I will share some videos too. You will see. Then you can realize that what fun it is. Okay.
Let
If you
me
want to see, I will show you.
promise
Okay.
me. You should be with me always.
Yeah, yeah. I will promise. Juta promise. Once you go na, you will enjoy a lot. Earlier, I also afraid, but when I did na, I enjoyed, or I realized that it's not any matlab, danger is there because there is so many precautions. They give us security guards and safety jackets. There is no danger in it
Only
because
they give safety
lot of
jackets.
people do na. Hmm?
Only they give safety jackets. Would they provide any others?
Do they?
There is safety guards also.
What they
Or
will
water
do?
is very shallow, not deep. We can stand there.
Okay, Maliha, she's asking you a question. Monica, repeat your question.
What was the duty of safety guards?
If we fell down into the water, they can pick up and then they can uh, support us.
Oh,
But it's not happen. It's only as a emergency. They
let me
rescue us.
see.
Uh,
Let me see. Give me few hours.
okay, you think
Monica,
you your
hmm.
time, but if you join us, I will be happy.
Okay.
We
All right.
enjoy together, we eat together.
Okay, I will come. You should be look after to me.
Okay, okay, definitely I will.
Okay, I will come.
Maliha, she said, I will come. Say something
Yeah,
to close
I said thank you so much.
say something to close the
Look
conversation.
forward, I will look forward to you.
I
Okay. Thank
Okay,
you. Okay.
thanks so much.
Okay, all right, good. It was a good attempt from both the sides, Maliha and Monica. Monica, good. You are also, responding to her and asking questions. Maliha, good. You are also coming up with different kind of points. Do also remember for the others as well. When you're trying to persuade someone, give some more reasons and share some examples of your own experience, like how Maliha was also doing, right? That, I used to also be afraid earlier, but then when I tried it, I found that it's not so risky and it's quite enjoyable. So either you give more reasons, give examples from your experience and stuff like that. Monica, when you're speaking now, I want you to try to make more sentences and ask more questions. Okay, you can open up in these conversations as much as you want. You can try to fill in the gap.
Okay.
So, Maliha, I think you were trying to say there are lifeguards, right?
Yeah, ma'am.
Lifeguards, yeah.
Yeah,
And if we fall into the water, they will come to rescue us. They will come to our rescue.
okay.
And Monica, you can say it like this, you can tell her, if you promise that you will look after me, that you will be by my side all the time, then I will definitely come. So you can try to elaborate your sentences a little bit. Okay, good, good job. Let's take another pair. Who else has joined here? Meera, Shailendra. Okay. Yeah, Shima, what is your question? Tell me.
No, ma'am.
Why is your network lagging today? Try to repeat what you're saying.
What topic?
No, I can't understand. You'll have to repeat.
Yeah, it is okay, ma'am, now?
Yeah, it's better. Tell me.
Hello.
Yes, tell me, tell me.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I want to speak on a topic, ma'am, not any question.
Which topic?
Uh, is it clear, ma'am?
There is a network problem, Shima. Your voice is breaking and there is some background noise also. Try to say it again.
Ma'am, yeah, okay. Now it is okay? Yeah, some is
Okay.
the background noise.
There's
Yeah.
some background noise there. But anyway,
Yeah.
say what you want to say.
Yeah. I want to speak first topic, ma'am. Pursue a friend to watch a movie with you.
Yeah, so you can do that conversation. Let's see who can be your partner.
Yeah.
Just ensure that your network is proper.
May I, ma'am?
Yeah, Meera, yes. Meera will go with you. And then Shailendra, you can go with another person after that. Shailendra, do you have a question?
No, ma'am, no, ma'am. I want to participate.
Yeah, sure. Let's just see we'll see who we can pair you up with, okay, Shailendra, after this, Shima and Meera. Okay,
ma'am.
Shima and Meera, you guys, you are doing this one. Persuade a friend to watch a movie. So, कौन persuade करने वाला है? Who's going to persuade?
Ma'am, I want to pursue.
You want to persuade?
Yeah.
Okay, Meera, you have to say no for everything. you have to resist, okay? You have to give her some reasons and then see how the conversation goes.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, so Shima, think of it like this. Maybe it's a type of movie which she doesn't like to watch, maybe action or horror or something like that. Yeah, maybe it could be a movie in a language that she doesn't know. So that's why she is hesitant to watch it. ऐसे कुछ सोच के you try to start the conversation.
Okay, ma'am. I'll start.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Meera.
Hi, Shima.
Hi. Good afternoon. What are you doing?
Good afternoon.
Yeah. How are you? How are you?
Yes, repeat, Shima, please.
Yeah. How are you?
I am fine, thank you. What about you?
Yeah, I'm also good. Actually, I call you because I have to do plan to go watch the movie in this weekend. So I'm not asking you. I'm not requesting you. I'm asking you. You have to come with me to watch the movie. So are you ready?
Actually, Shima, Which day you decided to go?
This weekend, do you have time?
Sorry, Seema, because this weekend I have means another program because I have attended a I will go to attend a party.
Oh, so Saturday, I think you will be free, right? Because I know Sunday, the program is on a Sunday.
Saturday on which show you prefer to watch?
Recently the Pushpa movie is released, so I prefer to watch this movie with you.
But Seema, I don't like South Indian
No,
movie.
this movie is available in Hindi as well as.
Okay, but I think
Yeah.
this is remake of South Indian movie. Am I right?
No, I watched this movie on mobile. This is totally in Hindi.
Yeah,
Yeah,
total in Hindi, but I think this is remake of a South Indian movie.
yeah, but this is a good movie. You really enjoy. You will really enjoy this movie.
Uh, 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 are you agree if we go in other means movie we go to watch other movies, yeah, other in PVR.
Uh, Actually, I like to watch this movie, so I think you should come with me only watch this movie. What do you think?
Yes, but Seema, I'm not wanted to watch these type of movies.
Why? Because but this movie is good. There are some action, entertainment, and song is also very good. I heard these songs. Everyone uh, everyone is sorry. Everyone want to watch this movie. So why you don't agree?
Yes, Seema, I like its songs, means, and I prefer to hear this movie songs. But means I don't like actor in who acting in this movie, so I do not want to go.
All actors did good acting in this movie. So if you watch one time, really you will very enjoy. So you should come with me.
You want to go with me? Only with
Yeah,
me?
yeah, only with you. That's why
Do you
I
like
am
my company?
requesting you. So that's why I'm requesting you. You must have to come with me.
Okay, Seema, because you are my friend, so I will go only for you to watch this movie.
Okay, thank you very much. And really, we both will enjoy to watch this movie. Watch this movie. And thank you. Finally you pursued. Finally you agree with me.
Okay, Seema, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we will meet there.
Okay. Thank you. See you soon.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. Quite interesting, Shima and Meera. So
Thank you,
Meera,
ma'am.
yeah,
I
Meera got
tried, man.
convinced. Meera got convinced when you said, I only want to watch the movie with you.
Yeah.
I am. She was felt very happy when you told her that. So for different people, the reasons can be different, right?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Reasons can be different. Very nice. Okay, good attempt, Shima. Good attempt, Meera. You are also, trying to give her reasons not to go and stuff like that. Very nice.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome. I've just written a couple of sentences here for our reference though. So, Shima, if you're telling Meera, you can say, So what are you doing this weekend? Do you have any plans? I am planning to watch a movie this weekend, or I'm going to watch a movie this weekend. Would you like to come? Would you like to join me? You can also say it like that.
Okay.
Would you like to come or join me? But your style was different, okay? You are like, I'm not telling you. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you, you have to come with me.
Yeah.
That was something different that you tried to say.
Yeah,
So then,
because I decided, ma'am, first I have to go only with Mira.
yeah. Okay, so then here you can say, I have to attend a party. You can say, I have to attend a party on Saturday or Sunday. Mira, you added some other word over here. I don't remember what you said, but you can simply say it like this. I have to attend a party, or I'm attending a
I
party.
think, ma'am, I said I will go to a party. I
That's
speak
also
like this.
that's
I
also
think, ma'am.
I will go to a party, or you can simply say I'll attend a party, or I have a party to attend,
Okay, ma'am.
or I have a party to go to, something like that.
Okay, ma'am.
नाउ शीमा, अगर आपको पूछना है कि कहना है कि मुझे ये मूवी आपके साथ देखनी है, तो आई वुड लाइक टू वॉच दिस मूवी विद यू. वी कैन से इट लाइक दैट, और यू कैन से आई वांट टू वॉच दिस मूवी विद यू. यू कैन से इट लाइक दैट. एंड इंस्टेड ऑफ सेइंग ये मूवी हिंदी में भी अवेलेबल है, उसके बदले आप कह सकते हो ये मूवी हिंदी में भी डब्ड है. South movie that is dubbed in many languages, right? So you can say it's also dubbed in Hindi or any whatever language.
Okay.
And somewhere here you are saying actually मुझे ये movie देखनी है, ये particular movie देखनी है. So actually I want to watch this particular movie. This is a very good movie, so I want to watch it. You will enjoy it a lot. You must come with me. यहाँ पे ना शीमा, you said you must have come with me. दोनों आपने use किया, but you can simply say you must. Must मतलब आना ही है, compulsory. So you must come with me. See, the conversation was good, but what else could you have also done is if anyone wants to talk to someone, you can also talk about the reviews, right? You can tell her that, the reviews of this movie are great, check it online. I'll share the reviews with you. It's got so and so number of rating, itna wo jo hai 5-star, 4-star, jo bhi aisa bhi. You can keep giving reasons like that. You want to elaborate further. There's always something you can add. All right, very nice, very nice. Thank you.
Ma'am,
Yes, Mira.
is it okay if we go to watch some other movies?
Yeah, is it okay we go to watch some other movie? Yeah, I think you were trying to ask her, right? See, can we watch some other movie?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can also say it like this, can we watch some other movie instead? Like not this one or some कोई और movie देख सकते हैं क्या हम लोग?
Okay, ma'am. Can we watch some other movies? Okay, ma'am.
So you're not happy with that one, right? So you said I'll come with you, but can we watch some other movie? I don't want to watch this one.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome. Okay, Shailendra, you're here. Yes, you're here.
Ma'am.
And Swati has also joined.
Yeah, ma'am.
Swati, good afternoon. Okay, Shailendra, since you were here earlier, can you pick which one do you want to do from these three?
Ma'am, I think fifth one, persuade a friend to try out an adventure sport.
Adventurous sport. So this one you want to repeat it. Okay. Swati,
Yeah, ma'am.
are you okay with this fifth situation?
What situation? I didn't hear, ma'am.
The fifth one. Can you see my screen? Is it visible?
Persuade a friend to try out an adventurous sport.
Ma'am,
So-
has anybody used it before?
Yeah, it's already done at the start. So that's why
Okay,
I said
okay, then ma'am, I will choose another one.
second, third, or fourth. Any one of them. Second, third, or
Third or
Second, third, or fourth persuade a friend to give up.
okay, then ma'am, fourth one.
fourth one. Okay. So who's going to convince whom?
And who will be the smoker? I don't want to be a smoker.
See, Swati, even if you're doing role, it's only role play. You're not going to become a smoker.
Yeah, but ma'am, I don't have any experience of smoking.
That's okay.
Even I don't have.
Yeah, it's totally okay. Either one of you can be.
Okay,
Because
then, ma'am, I will be a smoker because I smoked once in my life. So
see,
that's it.
anyways,
You have experience.
and many of us are passive smokers, okay? Don't forget that. At least the people who live in big cities are passive smokers, most of us. So anyway, so okay, you want to be the one, Sharidra, and then Swati has to
Okay,
try to
okay,
convince you. Okay?
okay, ma'am.
Swati, you
Okay,
try
ma'am.
to convince your friend to persuade him in a convincing way to give up the habit of smoking. Yeah?
Okay. Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, all
Hello,
right.
Shailendra. How are you?
Yes, Swati, I am doing well. How about you?
I'm fine, Shailendra. Actually, I want to say something to you. Means,
Okay.
could you tell me how long you have been smoking?
I have been smoking since I passed 12th class.
Pardon?
I have been smoking for 15 years.
Oh my God, it's a huge period. And don't you
Yeah.
think you should get rid of that?
No, I
Because
don't think
smoking
so.
is not good thing and it is not good for health.
Yeah, I understand, but see, Swati, I am used to it. I am hooked to it. I can't, I can't live a day without smoking.
But you should try first before to give up any situation. You should
Mhm.
try it first and then you can say like that I'm used to it. Means, did you do something to get rid of it?
Yeah, yeah. Actually, this is not the first time anybody is advising me to quit smoking. I have been to doctors so many times. Even they advised me to quit smoking. But see, whenever I try to quit smoking, after few days, I again start smoking. I don't know, but it is very difficult for me to quit the smoking.
Have you heard about rehab? uh, uh, Something called, means
Yeah,
I don't know the exact term for it, but if you visit to rehab, then
yeah.
they will, means they will train you how to get rid of it, and they give you course, they do their meditation, they give healthy food to you, and they give
Mhm.
you the means they turn your mind by their great speech, and after that you can live your whatever habit you have, you can live it. Means one of my relatives went to that rehab and now he's completely okay. Means he left drinking. You know, you must go there. If you
Okay,
want to
okay.
go there,
See,
I will give
see,
you address.
no, no, I know about these rehabilitation centers. I even once I lived for 4 to 5 days in these rehabilitation centers, but uh, after leaving that uh, rehabilitation center, I started again. So it is not affecting me. They
Actually,
don't
Shailendra,
make
it
any. Yeah,
Actually,
yeah.
Shailendra, it is not for 4 to 5 days. It is for 4 to 5 months. You have to spend there 4 to 5 months. You
But if
will
I,
not. You will not
yeah,
Hey,
get.
Swati, let him speak no little bit, let him speak in the middle.
but but if I live 4 to 5 months, then what will happen to my job?
You should take medical leave or
Yeah,
without pay, because your health is also important than earning.
yeah, I understand. But see, there is no provision in my organization to get leave for the rehabilitation center. If you are hospitalized or if you have an accident, then they will give you medical leave. But just for smoking, quitting smoking, they will not give me leave.
Okay, if they are not giving you medical leave, then you can stay without payment. Means without paying you can take leave for 4 to 5 months and go to rehab.
Okay,
But you
okay.
must think about it.
Yeah, I will give your advice year, ma'am. Is it correct phrase? I will give your advice year.
I'm also thinking what that phrase is actually.
Okay.
I'll try to check it what it is.
Okay, so I will think about this, and but still I need 1 or 2 months for preparation to live in this rehabilitation center. But Swati, I know the hazards of smoking, and even I am very much concerned about my health, and I want to quit smoking. But since see, this is not the easy task. If it was a easy task, all smokers would quit the smoking. So you can understand my situation also.
Yeah, I can understand you, but because of your family, you should go there and get rid of this problem, because your family need you. Think about your family, your children, your wife. Think about them, and please leave this smoking habit.
Sure, Swati.
Thank you
Uh,
for agreeing me.
yeah, thank you, Swati, for advising me.
Okay.
Thank
Very
you.
nice, very nice, very nice. Interesting, very interesting conversation. Swati, you took it very seriously, okay? In the middle
Yeah.
somewhere, you were like not letting Shailendra even talk. Shailendra is trying to say something. Swati is already coming with the next one.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So, Shailendra and Swati, you all were using good sentences, good structures also. Like Shailendra, I think you were trying to say, I'm hooked on to it, I'm addicted to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, when you're addicted to something, you can also say, I'm hooked on to it.
Yeah.
So, you know, Swati, when you want to ask him, क्या कभी आपने मतलब ये आदत छुड़ाने की कोशिश की है? You know, have you ever tried? So you can ask him like this. You know, have you ever tried to get rid of this habit? Have you ever tried to quit smoking?
Yeah.
You know, have you ever tried it? I want to ask you,
Even
Swati, what is this? Yeah, Shalendra.
even I noticed one mistake in Swati's question. At the beginning, he asked me how long you have been. Ma'am, but how long have you been
Yeah,
smoking?
yeah, correct. How long have you been smoking? How long have you been doing this? Yeah, correct.
So is that question wrong, ma'am?
The structure is slightly this. So you just say, how long have you been? So it's a
Okay.
question, right? When it's a question, the have will
Have
come
should
first.
come first. Yeah, ma'am.
Just that, just the reversal. Sometimes when we speak, we tend to do that, you know, with the flow. But it's good to ensure that we say it properly. Okay, Swati, I wanted to ask you, what is the meaning of this turn your mind? You mean to say they convince you or something?
Yeah, ma'am. They convince patient to get rid of that. Yeah, turn your mind.
Yeah. So then don't say turn your mind. It's better to
Yeah,
say that they convince you,
convince.
or they, you know, they make you understand, they make you realize something like that.
Okay,
Something
so
like
turn your mind is a negative
turn,
sentence, right?
turn your mind is incorrect English. How can you turn someone's mind? No? You
Yeah, ma'am.
can't take it and turn it.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, in another language, in Hindi, Marathi, or any other language, there must be a thing, a sentence that you say to mean something else. But when you translate it in English, no, it sounds very odd. So that's why we have to use some other word.
They convince you.
Yeah, they convince you, they make you realize, they make you understand, they persuade you, stuff like Okay. I stayed at one such center, I think, Shalendra, you were trying to say, I stayed at one center like that. And after leaving the center, I started again.
Yeah.
So, Shailendra, keep a check on your short and long pronunciation sometimes. Like you're leaving suddenly sounds like living.
Okay.
No, it can have a different
Yeah.
meaning then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And was this what you were asking me? Give an ear to something.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah.
So I'll give an ear to your advice.
Yes.
Or you could say I'll give it a thought.
Yeah.
Or I'll consider it.
Yes.
You can say that. I'll consider your suggestion, consider your advice. Yeah, cool. Very nice. Very good. And Swati, when you were speaking, you had a proper persuasive tone. When you're persuading someone, you have to sound persuasive also, right? So you anyways have a very assertive tone when you speak. So it helps when you're trying to persuade someone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, only thing is you should let the other person talk, okay, Swati.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, Isha, you're trying to say something, is it, Isha?
Yes, ma'am. Hi, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am,
Hi.
I just want to say, ma'am, Swati can say, ma'am, because of smoking, you can, ma'am, because of if you addicted to smoking, that time, ma'am, your throat become very, ma'am, बिल्कुल गला खराब हो जाता. What we called, how to make the sentence with this?
Your
You're not
throat,
able to
your
chew your food and all.
Cancer. Throat cancer.
it can also lead to throat cancer, throat related problems, medical issues related to the throat.
Yes,
Yeah. So you can talk about the
then
medical
your lungs
problems.
would not be proper function.
Correct. Yes. Correct. Yeah. So you mean to say one can elaborate on the medical issues that come out, that
can
arise
also
out of
work on
it.
this also.
One can also talk about the finance related issues because
Yes.
cigarettes are not cheap, right? Cigarettes are expensive.
Yes, ma'am.
So there are so many things we can talk about. Yeah, depends on what you want to start off with. Isha, are you
It
still
was
at the
very
market?
nice. Yeah, ma'am, it was very nice conversation, ma'am.
Interesting to listen to. All the three, very nice. Everyone's trying very well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Shima has a question. Rid means what? Rid माने जैसे पीछा छुड़ाना. So जैसे have you ever tried to get rid of this habit? क्या आपने ये habit से पीछा छुड़ाने की कभी कोशिश की है? इसको quit करने की, बंद करने की कोशिश की है? To get rid of something.
Okay,
In another sentence, I can also say, I want to get rid of all my bad habits. मुझे अपने सारे bad habits से पीछा छुड़ाना है. So I can say that too. Okay. Who's going?
Ma'am.
Isha. Okay, great. Who's going to be Isha's partner? Reena is here. Hi, Reena.
Yes, ma'am. Good
Hello.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, so we've got situation number 2 and situation number 3. Can we do situation number 3? Persuade one of your family members to pick a particular destination for a holiday.
2 or 3 is not done.
2 and 3 are not done, yeah. So let's do number 3. What say?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Karina?
Okay, ma'am.
कौन persuade करने वाला है?
Ma'am, I will, ma'am.
But Isha, let Reena speak, okay?
Okay, sure, ma'am. No issue.
Okay,
I will
fine.
go with her flow.
Yeah, correct. Okay, so who is she going to be, like your sister, or she's to be a family member, right?
Okay, ma'am.
So what are we going to just say she's your sister, for example.
Okay, ma'am.
So you're convincing your sister you're persuading her to, she wants to go to some other place for a holiday, but you want to go to another place. So how do you persuade her?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, Reena, are you okay with this?
Yes, ma'am. It means want to convince each other.
Yeah. But ideally not each other. One of you has to try to convince. So Isha will try to convince you or persuade you rather. But you have to try to dissuade her, not agree with her, disagree with her.
Okay, ma'am.
And she has to try her best.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, Isha, you can start off.
Okay, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Hi, Reena. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Isa. Yes.
She's your sister, okay? Isha's sister, not friend.
We are talking on phone, na, ma'am.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay. Very
Yes.
formal
Yes.
sisters.
I'm fine. Isa, how about you?
I'm also good. Thank you, Dee. And good, I just want to tell you one good news for you. I bought a ticket to Manali. So we are going to Manali.
Yes, yes. Actually, you want to go, even want to go Manali, but now it is not good for this go to Manali this time because there is so cold nowadays. So I want
But
to.
Dee, summer is the best season to visit Manali. There are so many visitors went there to visit Manali. I think we should also go there.
Yes, but nowadays, because COVID situation is going on now, fourth wave is coming. That's why I want to come nearest place. It means I don't want to go that place because in this season, because Manali is cold place, and in this season, COVID may be spread very frequent.
No,
That's why I don't.
the 90% of in 90% of the place where we have already been there. So I think we should go something different place. So I think this is the best time to visit Manali. Why don't you not agree with me?
Sir, actually, I want to know what is the feature, what is the advantage, why do you want to go there? First of all, I want to know.
Actually, I will tell you. Actually, Manali is a very adventurous place. You will get a lot of different. You can go for you can go for a river rafting. You can go for a hiking, paragliding. So you are a very sporty person, as I know. So I think this you if you would go there, then you would be very happy. I'm 100% sure. So this is the reason why I'm telling you you must visit Manali at least once for me.
Yes, yes, but yes, but I try to say that all these things available near in Mumbai. So why we go that
But
place?
the
Because
problem is that we have only sea and see every day. Man, I think we had all more than 200 times visited the same sea, and we cannot do any adventurous around the sea. We had only went there on the sea. So I don't find any interesting place in Mumbai right now. So I have decided to go to Manali with you.
but you know, there is so many resort also available here, and all the feature. Even some all is also there when you want to go. That is cold.
But
You can.
resort is just like home. You have to go there, you have to eat, and you can only swimming in the swimming pool. So if you want to discover new place, I think we should it's time to discover new place. And my friends, when they went there last week, and they told me, I think we should at least visit one time. I think you should change your mind. Why don't you talk with
Okay,
Jiju?
now I will understand. Okay, your friend went there. That's why you want to go that place. But you know,
No, actually, from last 2 years, already COVID got lifted, so I've decided. So I bought 3 tickets for us, two for you and one for me. Eh,
okay, but I want, yeah, if you come with me in one mall, there is Snow World, and there are different things available in a small place, in a one mall, and all things is there in AC. It means whole there is two and third floor mall, and you can enjoy shopping.
But we cannot enjoy in the mall, and we go mall only for to buy clothes and food and for to buy grocery. So
Actually, Snow
now
World
it's time
also.
to visit
There is.
mountain place, river, so we can also see the natural beauty of the mountain.
Yes, yes, I
What do you feel?
agree. There is also natural beauty, but nowadays some risky condition. Risky condition is
But
not now,
everybody
right
knows
now.
nowadays. And even the corona has also got lifted. Now you're making excuses. I think you should ready for that.
Okay, okay. I will come with you. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dee. Now you loved. I'm so
Yeah,
happy
I love you too.
because I
I
had
want to
already
go
buy
with
ticket for
you.
you.
Yeah. Yes, yes, I agree with
Oh,
you. I
thank you
yes,
so much.
yes.
You're
Okay.
really a very
Definitely, I will
cute
come.
sister. I'm so
Yeah.
happy to have you in my life.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. I will come with you. I will enjoy. We will enjoy a lot. Okay.
Of course, it's a adventurous place.
And
So
say
we should
something. What
at
types
least
of
visit
dress?
one time.
Yes, yes. And say something about dress. What is your
Actually,
planning about dress and
very cold place,
some
no?
breakfast and yes.
Manali is a very cold place. So we should carry some woolens and try to not get boring woolen clothes. Try to get some good fancy clothes so we can get selfie over there because the
Yeah,
background of the selfie would be very nice because the mountains and
yeah.
rivers and the trees are very amazing over
Yes,
there.
yes.
So we
I
can
have
take
so many
selfies
dresses,
there.
and woolen dress, and that this is a very attractive. So I take with me, and if you want to say something, if you want to buy something, it means also you can say me. I can also buy for you.
Huh,
I will
why
go.
don't
Yeah.
you buy one boot for me? Because my boot is already become very old, so I want new boot.
Sure, sure, definitely. Give me your size. I will purchase for you.
Okay,
Yeah.
Isha and
Good.
Reena are long lost secret sisters. Are you all
Yes, yes.
secretively
किसी को तो
sisters?
मानना ही पड़ेगा ना मैम दोनों अगर घूमना
Very
है तो
interesting. Very nice. It sounded like two sisters were actually having a chat and trying to, persuade. One was trying to persuade,
Yes,
and the other one was trying her best not to agree. Good conversation.
ma'am.
Yeah, Isha.
Yes,
Isha,
ma'am.
relax.
Thank you.
You're still in Jaipur only. You're not in Manali right now. She's gotten so excited, like as if really she's going to go to Manali. Isha, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I just want to visit one time, ma'am. I told my mom when we will go, ma'am. My mom told me no, it's a Corona time phase. I think we should
Mhm.
maybe after 3 and 4 months, after then we will go. So we are just canceling the program, ma'am, because of Coronas and all.
Right, right. Okay, cool. So coming to the conversation,
okay sir tell me I will also come with you
Why
definitely because
not? Sure.
I never go
We will go together. Don't worry.
yes yes
yes, let's talk about the conversation now. Okay, so it is going to be very cold there. I think Rina, you were trying to tell her initially.
yes
I
ma'am
don't want to come. It's going to be very cold.
Mm.
It's a very cold place, so I don't want to go there. I don't want to go to a cold place.
yes
अब
ma'am
हम ऐसे भी पूछ सकते हैं ईशा कि why are you so against going to Manali? आप इतना क्यों against हो, क्यों नहीं जाना चाहते हो? So why you so against? Why don't you want to go to Manali? And then maybe Reena आप भी ऐसे पूछ सकते हो. What is so great about going to Manali? Because you are trying to say, right, कि मुंबई में ही सब कुछ है.
हाँ ऐसा क्या है यस यस
हाँ, तो
मैम
क्या आप इतना बोल रहे हो, इसमें क्या कह रहे हो जाने के लिए? So you can, what's so great about Manali? Why should we go there? You can put it across like that. You can ask the question.
यस यस मैम
And I think आप ऐसे भी कहना चाह रहे थे Reena, that there are many resorts here and all of them have so many activities या facilities या amenities. काफी सारी चीजें हैं यहाँ पे, activities हैं. So you can say it like that,
यस
Isha, COVID got lifted. What is the meaning of COVID got lifted? What were you trying to say here, actually? Maybe COVID restrictions.
COVID restriction got lifted.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am.
So you can say that the COVID cases have reduced and the restrictions have been lifted. Okay, COVID cases have reduced and the restrictions have been lifted, restrictions have been reduced, like that. ये भी हम बोल सकते हैं ईशा, we can be close to nature, you know, like when we go to the mall, we can participate in the activities, but if we go to an actual, when we go outdoors, right, you're trying to convince her to go outdoors. So when we are outdoors, we are close to nature. It's still risky to travel. What kind of clothes should we carry? Reena, see, always remember one thing, Reena, जब हम कपड़ों के बारे में बात करते हैं ना, in general कपड़ों के बारे में, तो ड्रेस मत बोलिए, ठीक है? क्योंकि ड्रेस is literally like a dress that a lady would wear, right? It
Yes,
can
ma'am.
be whatever kind of dress, but you are talking about इस तरह के कपड़े. So in कपड़े in general is called clothes. Clothes आप बोल सकते हो, outfits आप बोल सकते हो, attire आप बोल सकते हो, ऐसे.
Yes, ma'am.
क्योंकि हम in general सबके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं. So that way.
Okay,
And,
ma'am.
we can take selfies and pics. Isha, you got very excited. Okay, amazing. Maybe you're adding S. Amazing. No, amazing. Isha got very excited today because after a long time she got to speak actually, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is only, I think, because you are outside today, so your network is better.
Yeah, ma'am.
Correct?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
Yeah,
we were always struggling. So it was good to listen to you after so long. Good to listen to everyone. Does anyone have any questions from whatever? You're welcome. Does anyone have any questions from whatever you were listening to? Shailendra, Meera, Swati, Savan, Padma, do you guys have any questions related to what you were listening?
No, ma'am, I am enjoying after many days.
Padma, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're just listening to what was happening today,
Yes, ma'am.
trying to catch on.
Yes.
All right, cool. Try to join, tomorrow, and also that you can start talking.
I was busy at work at my home.
That's fine, no problem. No problem at all. What about you, Shailendra, Meera? Do you all have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Swati, Savan? Okay. You were listening, Shailendra. Were you also enjoying the conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any value points to add? What would you have said to convince the person to go to Manali?
The only convincing point is, ma'am, the weather outside Manali, it is very horrible. Because, ma'am, in my city, the temperature is hovering around 43 degrees Celsius. So there is no point to say no to Manali. So, yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, correct. That's true. That makes sense. Yes.
Ma'am?
Weather-wise, there's no way to say.
Yeah.
Yes, Isha?
Ma'am, I can say, ma'am, my sister, you're so miser. You don't want to spend money on the vacation like this also.
Then your sister will definitely not agree. Yeah, true.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the session. I hope you all can hear me. To our pro learners, I've sent the invite. Please join. Thank you. The topic for today is a continuation of the topic that we had started on Friday, I think. There was interview. So we discussed some aspects of interviews. Today, there are some other questions like, how do you talk about your work? अपने काम के बारे में बताना सीखे. So past experiences, work, etc. And as I had mentioned, if time permits, we will discuss like a mock interview, or if anyone has any questions, wants to share any experiences, any challenges, if anyone's preparing for an interview, if you have some questions, please feel free to share. We'll be happy to discuss that. Okay. Just allow me a minute. I'm still adding some of our students. All right. So before we start, I want someone to just quickly recap what we had discussed on Friday so that our other learners are aware. Tarup, were you a part of the session on Friday when we discussed the interviews?
Yes, sir.
Great. Can you just highlight some of the points that we had discussed, whatever you remember? Fine. Just
Sir, we discussed that how to convey a message to an interviewer in short way.
very
How
good.
can we express
Very good.
all our things in just 4 to 5 sentences?
Very good. Excellent. Anything else? Some of the points that we discussed about strengths and weakness. Anything that you remember?
Yes, sir. The interviewer ask about the weakness to know the weakness and strength both to know that we are eligible for that position or not. Because sometime it happens we are eligible for other position but we are not eligible for that position, so that's why they ask these type of question to know about us
Very good.
for that.
And when they ask about the weakness part of it, what is the best way to put it across?
To say in such a manner that we can express our negative or our weakness, but we cannot give them any negative point, so they cannot get affect. They cannot means they cannot treat us as negative person or something like that. We
See?
should say like.
Yeah.
I am facing the problem of this like that.
We should try and
But I
avoid
am,
that. Yeah.
yes, sir. And I'm working on that, something like that.
Yeah. So what you basically mean is that if you have there are the negative points, you try and convey it in a positive, constructive manner,
Yes, sir.
right? So that the person does not get a negative impression, and your chances of getting the
Am I audible?
we had got disconnected from the platform, from the live class. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, great. Thank you. Yes, so the point that we were discussing is that when we, just a minute, this is, just a minute. Yeah, I need to change the view. Yeah, that's fine. So when we talk about the interviews, this is the first question. Apne baare mein bataiye. So that's when you introduce yourself, basically name, where do you live, what do you do, past education, professional experiences, etc. Then there are other questions. You remember what were the other questions? The first is introduction. What is the second question they ask generally? Anyone? Anyone can answer. What are the kind of questions we come across in an interview? Simple question. This is my question. I mean, sorry?
About qualification.
Very good. One is qualification, education, qualification. Anyone else?
Experience.
Excellent. Experience, education, work experience. What else? Very important question. Some more. Anyone can share, that's fine. I want others to participate as well. Poonam, Dipali, Ajanta, Monica, please answer. What are the kind of questions we come across when we are giving an interview, when we are being interviewed? किस तरह के सवाल पूछते हैं when you go for an interview? One is education, work experience. What else?
Before where you are done.
I'm sorry, Krishna, your voice is breaking. I didn't hear you. What was your point, Krishna? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Before where you are done. Where have you done?
Where have you done it? So where were you working prior to this? So that comes under professional experience. Yes. That comes under professional experience. Also, are you currently employed or no? It's a very important question. Are you currently employed? Yes or no? Anything else? Jaspreet, what are the kind of questions we come across when we are being interviewed?
Yes, sir. What is your strength and weakness? Why
Strength and weakness,
did you
yeah.
choose this job?
Yeah.
Why did you left your previous job?
Yeah, one second. Very good. Good point. This is what I was looking for. So one of the most important question is, why do you want to join our company? Why do you want to leave your current organization? So largely what most of the time it's, yes, there are people who are not presently working and also apply for a job. However, largely, you apply for a job and appear for an interview while you are already working. So then you can, if you get the job, then you can obviously discuss the notice period and stuff like that. Yeah. So why do you want to join us? Okay. Yeah, very good. Salary expectations, right? So that again is why and what is it about this company? Okay.
Sir, how much experience do you have?
Yeah, well, work experience, that comes under work experience. Yeah, you're right. Education, work experience, strength, weakness. Why do you want to, why this job? Why you want to leave that particular job? Okay. Salary expectations. We also discussed the other day that if salary is the major concern, the remuneration is the main concern for you to switch, then there's no harm in lying. Okay. If the positions are similar and in one company you've been working for, let's say, 5 or 6 years, 10 years, the growth that you probably thought you will experience, you didn't get that. So if a new company is asking you, the company that you are being interviewed at asks you, what is the reason that you want to leave that company that is also a reputed company? The most important thing when you talk about your previous organization is that you should never try and show them in poor light, meaning you should not criticize them outright. You can share points which, diplomatically, which could have done, are the reasons for you to leave that company. Let's say you put your heart and soul into the work for 5 or 10 years, but you didn't get the kind of growth that you were expecting. And the remuneration has been a concern for a long period of time. You can say that, apart from the fact that this company is good or there are growth opportunities, the remuneration in my previous organization, the salary is a concern, and I'm looking for a better pay package, right? So there's no harm in saying it upfront. Okay. How do you put it across? Obviously, that's what matters. Because most of the companies, they know why you are switching jobs. They know about their competitors. The companies who interview, they know about their competitors in their field, right? So they would have an idea. So there's no point in lying. Basically, you, as honest as you are, you can be as honest as possible. That actually enhances your chances rather than hampering it. Okay. All right. So let's continue. That was about the briefly what the points that we discussed the other day. Today it says apne kaam ke bare mein baat karna. So again, this is about the work experience. So let's start. Jaspreet, go ahead, read the first slide. Read the red part, okay? Read the red part.
Yes, sir.
And Tarub, you can
Good
reply.
morning, sir.
Just a minute. Tarub, you can. Yeah. You're not able to see it? Jaspreet, are you not able to see it? The topic?
No, sir. Good morning, sir. I am Vimal.
Tarub,
Good
go ahead.
morning, Vimal.
Yeah.
Good morning, Vimal. Where are you currently working?
I am currently working at Reliance.
What is your role there?
I am a salesman.
Okay, good. So today, what we'll do is we'll have some time. At least we'll try and cover some experience. We'll try and cover some of the points that we discussed during an interview. So I'm going to ask you all individually to talk about yourself. So briefly, like what we discussed in the first, like imagine that I'm taking your interview, okay, and you applied for a particular job, and we'll do a mock kind of an interview, okay. Whatever field you are from, all right, that's fine. I can ask you all individually. So the questions that I'll ask you all is these same questions. Tell me about you. Tell me about yourself. So introduction, education background, work experience. The thing that you need to remember is what we discussed the other day. Try and avoid repetition. If you've already mentioned the name of your college, degree, office, don't repeat it. So try and keep it short, 4-5 sentences. You can introduce yourself, then work experience, etc. You're free to do it whichever way you want to. Just try and be precise to the point and try and not complicate the matter. Basically, just be as clear as possible. Okay. All right. So this part is done here. Let's continue. We'll do some mock interviews. All right. That's a good prior speaking exercise as well. Jaspreet, go ahead. Read the next slide.
Yes, sir. मैं एक बैंक ऑफिसर हूँ. I am bank officer.
I am a bank officer. Where's your article? I'm a bank officer, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So the article will come, definitely come. Yeah. Tarup, go ahead. Read the next slide.
I am a sales manager.
I am a sales manager. Yeah, absolutely. You don't say you can say I work as a sales manager or I'm working as a sales manager. You can't say I am work as a sales manager. Okay. So I am a sales manager. Third one correct. Yeah. Krishna, go ahead, read the next slide. I'll just ask you, what is your role? Go ahead, read the yellow part. Krishna, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What is your role? Read the yellow part.
I'm a salesman. I help the customers find the right products. I also answer their queries regarding our products.
Very good. Very good. Let's continue. Krishna, what is your role?
I'm a customer care executive. I take care of.
Can you read it again? Can you read it again?
I am a customer care executive. I take care of the queries and complaints of the customers. I also tell them about new products and services.
Now read after me. Some of the words you mispronounced. I am a customer care executive.
I am a customer care executive.
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 I take care of the queries and complaints of the customers.
I take care of the queries and
Not quarries. What you're pronouncing is a different word altogether. Quarry is a different meaning. Query. I take care of the queries and complaints of the customers.
I take care of the queries and complaints.
The first pronunciation was right, Krishna. Queries.
Queries of the customers. I also tell them about new products and services.
Good. Yeah, so just work on the pronunciation, couple of words there. So query and complaint and executive. How many syllables in this word, executive?
Sir?
Yeah. How many syllables in the word, guys? Executive. How many syllables? The reason I'm asking, sorry?
4.
How? Tell me how.
Executive.
Very good. Excellent. That's correct. Absolutely right. So there are 4 syllables in this. So where do you stress on the pronunciation? Can be pronounced in 2 ways, actually. I think executive is actually the right pronunciation. Okay. So executive. Okay. That's how you pronounce the word. Executive. So the second syllable is where you pronounce. Okay. Executive. Ze is where you pronounce. Where you stress. Okay. All right. Let's continue. Well done, Krishna. Well read. Just a minute, guys. Some of our learners are still joining. Guys, I see some of you were trying to join and got disconnected. Please try again. Check your connection and try again. Okay. Send the invite again. Okay, let's continue. Ajanta, go ahead. Read the next slide.
Yes, sir. To take care. I take care of. To handle. I handle. To manage. I manage. To answer. I answer. To respond. I respond to. To resolve. I resolve. To sell. I sell. To look after. I look after. To be responsible. I am responsible for. To tell. I tell.
Very good. Them or the customers about. Very good. So what we understand from this is, what tense is it used? What tense is the speaker using? I take care, I handle. What tense is this in?
Present indefinite.
Simple present tense. Yes. So you use the simple present tense. The reason I ask this is because, let's say, for example, someone works as a receptionist, okay, in a company. Now your job is what? Your job is to, when you work as a receptionist, what is your job? Largely is to answer phone calls, right? Help desk, let's say, receptionist,
To attend
right?
the customer.
Yeah, that is one of the things, and that when someone is a walk-in, but largely it's to answer phone calls, right? Where you have to connect. Let's say you're working as an operator, okay? Your job is to connect people, right? From from the board line to the individual extensions, right? So if someone asks you, what is your job profile? What do you do? Can you say, I am answering phone calls?
No, sir. I answer the phone call.
Yeah, very good. Very good. So why? Because obviously logically it doesn't make sense. When you say I'm answering the call, means it seems like at this point of time, you are telling someone that I am answering a phone. So that obviously is incorrect. Let's say take care of. So let's say you take care of the warehouse. Don't say I'm taking care of the warehouse, right? It seems as if you're doing it right now, ongoing. So whenever we talk about facts and figures, we talk about the job professions, you always use this. So when someone asks you, what do you manage? You don't say, I am managing. Say, I manage the accounts, for example, for this organization. So use it in the simple present tense. Like, for example, look after. So let's say someone is a librarian. Okay, you don't say, I am looking after the library. I look after the library, right? I am responsible for, I tell. You don't say, I'm telling the customers, right? I tell the customers about the benefits of the, let's say someone works in medical insurance. What is your job? My job is to tell customers about the benefits of the insurance policies that we have, right? You don't use in the ing form, always use it in the simple present form. Okay, that's the point here. All right, let's continue. Dipali, go ahead, read the next slide. Dipali, you're on mute. Please unmute and answer. Can you hear me, Dipali? Okay, I'll come back to you. Monica, can you hear me? Guys, you need to unmute. Yes, Monica, go ahead. Read this page 7. Monica, I'm unable to hear you. Okay, I'll come back.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes, go ahead. Read this page 7. मोनिका, आप कैन यू हियर मी? आपको क्या मेरी आवाज आ रही है या नहीं? आप कंटिन्यूअसली म्यूट पे जा रहे हो, सो आई कैन नॉट हियर यू इफ यू आर सेइंग समथिंग. यू हैव टू अनम्यूट एंड देन आंसर. आपको अनम्यूट करना पड़ेगा रिप्लाई करने के लिए.
Am I audible now, sir?
Yes, yes, you are. Go ahead. Read the page 7.
I answer customer queries.
मैं ग्राहकों के सवालों का जवाब देती हूँ. I answer customer queries. Good. Go ahead. Read the next one. The third one. Read the third one. Third option is correct.
I tell our customer about our new products.
Plural. I tell our customers about our new products. Okay, good. So I tell. The third one is the correct option here. Absolutely. You don't say I tell to, because telling itself is communicating with someone. So I tell our customers about our new products. Okay, good. Well done. Let's continue with Sawan. Can you hear me? Sawan, can you hear me? Okay, Jaspreet, go ahead. Read the next slide.
यस सर. मैं ग्राहक की शिकायतों का समाधान करता हूँ. I resolve customer complaints.
Very good. Don't say I am resolving customer complaints. Don't use the ing form. Always use the what do? You use it in the simple present tense. Okay, I resolve customer complaints. Okay. Go ahead, read the next one. What is your role?
I am an assistant at Reliance. I handle day-to-day activities of the company. I also respond to emails and phone calls.
Good. Soumya, go ahead, read the next slide.
How long have you been working there? कब से कितने समय से आप काम कर रहे हैं वहाँ?
Yeah, that's the other way around. Yeah, go ahead. Read the next slide.
How long have you been working there? आप वहाँ कितने समय से काम कर रहे हैं? Have been present perfect tense है. यह तब इस्तेमाल होता है जब कोई चीज आप कुछ समय से करते आ रहे हैं और अब तक कर रहे हैं. Did भूतकाल है. Past tense भूतकाल ऐसी चीजों के लिए इस्तेमाल होता है जो आप कर रहे थे और अब खत्म हो चुकी हो.
Just give me a minute, guys. Just a minute. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so how long have you been working there basically means kitne time se. So the reason you don't use how long did you work there is obviously because the person is still working, is still employed, right? So how long did you work? Agar aapne pucha to uska matlab ye hoga ki the person is unemployed at this point of time, right? Or if the question was, let's say about, it happens, right? You can you'll have 2 or 3 companies in your resume, right? So us company mein aapne kitne time kaam kiya? The interviewer might ask you, how long did you work there? You'd say I worked there for 2 years. Why did you leave that job? Okay, and then move to the new one. Say then my current organization offered me a better pay package and a better role, hence I shifted. So now how long have you been working here? or how long have you been working there, the current organization, whatever the answer may be. So did भूतकाल है, ऐसी चीजों में इस्तेमाल होता है जो आप कर रहे थे और अब खत्म हो चुकी है. So this can, the interviewer might ask you if it is related to one of your previous jobs, not the current one that you are still employed with. Okay. Yeah. Soumya, go ahead, read the next slide.
How long have you been working at Reliance?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I had to refresh the page due to the screen being grayed out. Yeah, now it's fine. Dipali, can you hear me? Dipali, Savan, can you hear me, guys? Anyone else who's
hearing, sir?
Yes, okay. Go ahead, read the next
But
slide.
I unable to speak because I'm on duty, sir. I'm
Okay.
at office, sir. That's why I unable. I only listen, sir.
No problem. That's fine. That's fine. That's okay. No problem. That's fine. Dipali, go ahead. Answer the next one. Sorry.
What was that? I have been working there for the last 4 years.
Yeah, just give me a minute, okay? Just give me a minute. My view is kind of changed. While trying to add someone. Yeah. What is the answer here? It says, I have been working there for the last 4 years. Correct. Absolutely. I have been working there for last 4 years. Correct. What tense is this?
Present perfect continuous tense.
Perfect.
Present perfect continuous. Yes, I have been working. Let me refresh the screen. Just a minute, guys. Present perfect continuous. Absolutely. Started in the past, relevant in the present, continues to be relevant in the present. Right? Yeah, it's fine. I've been working there for. Dipali, go ahead. Read the next slide.
I have been working there for the last 3 months.
I've been working there for the last 3 months. Correct. Absolutely right. Okay. Krishna, go ahead. Read the next slide. What is your role?
I am a customer care executive. I take care of the queries and complaints of the customer. I also tell them about new product and services.
Very good. Very good. Just remember, you need to always use S when there is the pronounce as plural whenever there is an S. So customers and products. Okay. How long have you been working there?
I have been working there for the last 2 years.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Ajanta, go ahead. Read the next one. What is your role?
I am an accountant. I handle my company's accounts and finance.
Finances.
Finances.
How long have you been working there?
I have been working there for the last 6 months.
Tarup, go ahead. Read the next one. Just translate it. Yeah, the same thing actually. Yeah, this is fine. These are the names of the professions. Okay, I want Dipali. Can you read the first 4?
Doctor, चिकित्सक, engineer, student.
In हिंदी वाला मत पढ़िए, सिर्फ इंग्लिश पढ़िए.
Clerk, nurse, driver, dentist.
That's it. That's it. That's it. Okay. Tarup, go ahead. Continue. Read from government officer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Government officer, customer service representative, manager, assistant, housewife, businessman, model.
That's
actor.
fine. That's fine. Ajanta, go ahead. Continue.
Singer, dancer, principal, politician, management trainee, intern, entrepreneur.
You pronounce this word. How do you pronounce this word, guys? Entrepreneur. Okay. entrepreneur or entrepreneur. Both are fine. Both are correct pronunciations. Okay. Entrepreneur is basically someone who is into business, right? Yeah.
Salesman, saleswoman, analyst, shopkeeper, beautician, unemployed, designer, high professional, finance professional, accountant, boy's boy, administrator, educationalist, businesswoman, servant, freelancer, chef, travel agent, tour guide, farmer, pilot, air hostess, social worker, policeman, policewoman, milkman.
Okay, thank you. Entrepreneur is how we pronounce the word. 4 syllables. Okay. Just typing the word here for the pronunciation. Someone who does business. Okay. All right, great. So yeah, most of the other words are pretty straightforward to pronounce. So yeah, it's just the Hindi translation is given here. You all can just go through that. It's doctor, engineer, student, teacher, clerk, nurse, driver, dentist, government officer, representative, manager, assistant, businessman, singer, dancer, politician. Yeah, principal is known as Pramukh. Okay, intern and yeah, freelancer. What is the meaning of the word freelancer? Who is known as a freelancer?
Freelancer means those who work to particular company and they have right to left it. That means they work in particular agreement.
Yeah, so not to a particular company, for a particular company, and they have the right to leave it, not left it, right? So it's, yeah, when you say freelancer is basically, yeah, anyone else, what, yeah, that's fine. One of the meanings of that is, what is the definition of the word freelancer? What is the earning model for a freelancer? How do freelancers typically earn?
They earn for their work. How much they work, they can earn.
Very good. Basically, very good. Absolutely right. Well, correct. What you basically mean is that it's per job, per task basis. Simple. Anyone asks you what is who is a freelancer? Is an independent worker, independent laborer who earns wages as per on per job, per task basis. Per job, per task meaning, let's say you've been given a job for 4 hours, you get paid number of hours. Okay, so that's why typically it's a short-term work. However, okay. However, there are many people who do long-term freelance projects as well. Okay, if they choose not to be in a, in an agreement, or let's say just want to work on a freelance basis, you might work with a company for 10 years, but you are working as a freelancer. You're not on the company's payroll. You are working as a freelancer. Whatever work you do for the company, you get paid for that. So that's why, again, logically short-term, but yes, theoretically, if you work for a long period of time, you can be associated with one company for a very long time as well. Okay, so obviously a lot of benefits. You can you have the freedom to work from home and flexible timing, workplace, etc. So that's the benefits. Okay, the others pretty okay. Intern, who is known as an intern? Intern, who is known as an intern?
The
Just
person who take
after
training.
training.
Yeah, correct. Absolutely right. Training. See, internship can be either paid or unpaid. Depends, right? So sometimes the internship can be paid, sometimes it's not paid. Let's say you've already joined a company and then you are, the first phases of internship, the chances are that you'd probably get paid. But if it's something that you want to voluntarily, do, and you want to make yourself available for that particular internship, sometimes you have to even pay for internships, right? Largely when there are internships overseas, when you pay for the internship, that's largely to gain experience, that to show on your resume that you've done 3 or 4 months or 6 months of work in a particular country, in a particular company. So that's the thing. Either you get paid, it's unpaid, or sometimes you have to pay to get an internship. Okay, to do that internship rather. Okay. All right. I think the rest of it is pretty clear. Thank you. let's continue with anyone who's just joined. Yeah, Swati, go ahead, read the next slide.
I can't see the next slide, sir.
Fresher.
Yeah, fresher, जिसको काम का अनुभव ना हो.
Yeah, he's a fresher. Basically means that someone who is new.
I don't have, मेरे पास नहीं है. Any work experience, किसी भी काम का अनुभव.
Go ahead, read the next one. Complete the
I
sentence.
am a fresher. I don't have any work experience. The fourth one, sir. Right
correct.
answer.
Correct. I am a fresher. I don't have any work experience. That's correct. Dipali, go ahead, read the next slide. Dipali, go ahead, read the next slide. Okay, Krishna, go ahead, read the next slide.
I am a fresher. I am a fresher.
Go ahead, read the next one.
I have 3 years. I have 3 years of experience.
Yeah, I have 3 years. Yeah, you don't say I am having 3 years of experience. You say I have 3 years of experience. Correct. Absolutely. Yeah. Anyone who's just joined? Okay, yeah. Karthik, go ahead, read the next slide.
Sir, my page is refreshed.
We are on page 25. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I have 2 years of experience.
Correct. I have 2 years of experience. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Karthik, read the red part. I'll just read the yellow part.
Good morning, madam. I am Priya. I am here for an interview.
Please have a seat. Tell me something about yourself.
Madam, I am from Delhi. I graduated from Delhi University in 2009. I have 3 years of experience.
What are your qualifications?
I have diploma in data processing.
Where are you currently? Where are you working currently? Where are you currently working?
I am working at Infosys currently.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, we spoke about the introduction that some of you missed the session on Friday.
So
this
two
is what,
more lines are there.
Sorry?
2 more lines are there.
Is it? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it's not there. How long have you been working there?
I have been working there for the last 1 year.
1 year, yeah. So the topic that we did on Friday was largely about introduction. So this is how it was: clear and crisp, no repetition. Basically about the where, you know, your name, where you from, what is your education qualification, you graduated. There's no repetition, you know. Delhi University, 2009, 3 years experience, diploma in data processing. The guy hasn't repeated here, I or she hasn't repeated, I have a diploma in data processing from the Delhi University. Why? Because it's already mentioned there. Okay. So that's what the introduction was all about. Okay, just give me a minute here. I'm going to see if I have some words that I can share with you all in terms of interviews, basically. Okay. Yeah. So when we talk about, you know, job interviews, basically, let's say General question. I want everyone to participate. Okay, general question. We spoke about the work experiences. We spoke about the education background, etc. First, let me ask you: do you all have any questions about interviews, about anything, any doubts, anything, any questions about preparation, how to approach an interview, anything? If anyone has any question about the topic that we just did, yeah.
Yes, sir. If someone didn't do graduation and he just completed 12th, then how can we say this?
You tell me, how will you put it across? Let's say I'm asking you, what is your education?
I'm undergraduate. I'm undergraduate.
No, there's a better way of putting it across. There's a
I'm
better.
12.
I'm
Pass.
completed in. I'm complete intermediate stage.
Intermediate stage? No, I don't think so.
I finished my schooling.
Yeah, but I was thinking that, but just give me a minute. You categorize as a higher secondary. So you can say that I've completed my highest secondary from a particular, so my highest qualification is the highest secondary degree that I completed from so and so school or college, whatever. Because sometimes the school itself is
Is
10
it
plus
degree,
2.
sir? Is it degree?
It's not a degree.
Yeah.
It's not a degree. It's a higher second. Yeah, you can call it a higher secondary degree. Actually, it is. But you don't say a graduate, right? You cannot say a graduate, right? So basically, a higher secondary education is 10 plus 2, which is 12th, right? So you can say that it's also known as senior secondary, but it's not very common in India. So you can just say higher secondary. So you can say that my highest education highest education qualification is the higher secondary degree that I completed from so and so school or college in the year whatever it may be. Okay.
Okay.
So rather than saying that I'm a 12 pass or I'm an undergraduate, that's a better way, that this is my last form. The highest qualification is the higher secondary degree that I completed from the school or this college in the year 2007, 10, whatever it may be. Okay. All right. Okay. Anyone else? Any questions? Okay. Now I'm going to share some words with you all. Okay. Some words with you all. Like, for example, let me type the words here. Okay. There are some sentences that I want you all to read as well. Okay. I'm going to share my screen quickly with you all. Okay. And ask you all to read the sentences. Okay. Just give me a minute. These are the ways in which you can kind of, talk about yourself and use the words in the right form. Okay, right manner. Just a minute. Okay, let me share my screen now. I'll ask you all to individually read it, okay, so that you are aware. So these are some vocabularies and some power phrases, like, that you can use when you are in the middle of an interview, okay? During an interview, all right? Just follow the order, it's easier for me. Yeah, Tarup, go ahead, read the first word here.
Negotiated. In my previous job, I negotiated client contracts to find a price point that worked best for their needs.
Just a minute. So now let's say your job, this previous work experience was related to where you were dealing with clients, okay? And you were constantly negotiating. So if you are doing that, this is the right verbiage. This is the right kind of a statement that you can use if your job was related to this. So negotiated. So in my previous job, I negotiated client contracts, clear, crisp and clear in one sentence, to find a price point. What is the meaning of the word price point?
Right price, which can work for both of them.
Yeah, very good. That's correct. Price point basically means what? A particular point that you, a point on a scale of possible prices at which something might be marketed. This is the exact definition. So a point on a scale of possible prices at which something might be marketed. So I'm marketing it. Let's say, I'd say 90. You would say 120. We agree at 100. Okay, so that's called the price point. All right. Go ahead, Taru. Read the next one. Supervised.
Supervised. I supervised a team of 10 product engineers throughout the design and testing phases for prototypes.
Yeah, very good. So now, if your previous organization, the work was related to you being a supervisor, a team leader, or a manager, this is the kind of work, this is the kind of statement you can make. I supervised, rather than saying I was a team leader who, I was a team, I worked as a team leader and there were 10 people under me, working under me. I guided them to make the designs and I helped them during the testing and the design phase of prototypes. Rather than making 3 or 4 statements, you can simply rephrase and make it, one clear sentence. I supervised a team. This is how you use the word. I had 10 people under me. Say better. It's better to use this kind of a language. I supervised a team of 10 product engineers throughout the design and the testing phases of prototype. So this is clear. Shows that you have command. You practice. You've done your preparation, and this is a sentence which is grammatically correct as well as clear and crisp. Rather than making 3-4 long sentences, you just use one sentence and convey it. Okay. Dipali, go ahead. Read the next line. Coordinated. Can you hear me, Dipali? Okay. Ajanta, go ahead. Read the next one. Coordinated.
I can't hear. Yes, I can't see that.
There's a small window on the right hand side. You will see it on your screen. Just double tap or single tap on it. It will get enlarged.
No, I can't.
Just do it once. Just do it once and leave it. If you're not able to, it's okay. It's okay. Just hear out the words and you can make a note of the words. It's okay. It's okay. No problem. So negotiated, supervised, TL, manager, coordinated. All right. Krishna, go ahead. Read the third one. The third one, coordinated. Can you hear me, Krishna? Krishna, you're on mute. I'm unable to hear you. Okay. Soumya, go ahead. Read the next one. You got disconnected. That's why.
Okay, sir. Coordinated. I was responsible for
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
I was responsible for coordinating department activities in the absence of my direct superior.
Superior. Yes, I was responsible for coordinating department activities in the absence of my direct superior. So here, let's say, rather than saying I used to coordinate activities in the department when my supervisor was not there is a very common thing, for us. Try and avoid that kind of language because you're in a professional setup. Rather than saying, I coordinated different departments when my manager was not there. Where was he not there? That what there, if anyone uses that in their vocabulary, just remove that. It's a very common error that we use in India. So in the absence, use the word in the absence of my direct superior. Okay. So I was responsible for coordinating department activities in the absence of my direct superior. In the absence of. It's a right word, right words to use. Okay. Go ahead. Read the next one. Monitored.
Monitored. I monitored 3 of our major accounts to check for transaction
errors.
Transaction errors. or outstanding debates?
Not debates, debts.
Debts.
Debts. B is silent, debts. Yes.
Mm.
I monitored 3 of our major accounts to check for transaction errors or outstanding debts. So obviously this guy must be working in the accounts department. So what did you do? What was your role? Probably the question from the interviewer was, what was your role? My role was to monitor, or I monitored 3 or 3. What did you do? What is no? Probably this question was related to your major. Yeah, one of the questions that we missed out was, what are your major achievements from previous, previous jobs? Okay. So tell us some of the things that you achieved in your previous organization or the ones prior to that. So आपने क्या outstanding काम क्या किया जो बहुत important था, जो कंपनी के ग्रोथ के लिए या कुछ तो क्रिटिकल काम आपने जो किया उसके बारे में बताइए. This is one of the common questions. I missed out on it. Good. This sentence reminded me of that. So probably the guy was asked this and he said that he or she said, I monitored 3 of our major accounts to check for transaction errors or outstanding debts. The guy probably or the lady would be working in an accounts department. It's their job. However, this was a specific task that he or she was given, and this was one of her or his major achievements. So yeah, could be one of those questions. Okay. Swati, go ahead. Read the next one. Managed, pioneered.
Managed. I had the pleasure of managing the daily activities of 25 employees during my time as a sales manager.
I had 25 employees under me when I was a sales manager. Usse behtar hai ye sentence. Is a much better sentence. I had the pleasure of managing. Pleasure of managing basically indicates the fact that you actually enjoyed your job. So it's not that you're putting anyone else down. You're not saying that, I had 25 people working for me. It's not, you're not being arrogant. In fact, you're being thankful about the fact that, that you had the opportunity of managing so many people. So I had the pleasure of managing the daily activities of 25 employees during my time as a sales manager. Go ahead, read the next one.
Pioneered.
Pioneered.
I pioneered a new task delegation system to enhance department productivity by 15%.
I pioneered a new task delegation system to enhance department productivity by 15. Matlab iska matlab ye hai, the guy is the person. When you say you are a pioneer, what is the meaning of the word pioneer? Someone who starts something. Okay, starts something. The first person to start something. Okay, is a pioneer. So let's say he's a pioneer in the field of medical science, for example. So pioneer basically means someone who is the foremost person in that particular field. Okay, someone who started a particular trend. Okay, so one of the synonyms. Yeah.
Sir, if someone is working and still he is taking education externally, how can he say, or how can we ask question to him? Means, are you taking external education or are you pursuing? How can we use pursuing word there, sir? I'm pursuing something like that.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm pursuing my graduation in whatever field. That's fine.
I'm pursuing my graduation.
Yes, that's correct. Or I'm completing my graduation. So basically what you're trying to say is that you are working as well as you are completing your education. So you can say that I'm like a lot of, many people do the weekend.
And sir, in question form, how can we ask, what are you pursuing now?
Yeah, what are you pursuing? I'm pursuing my graduation from so-and-so university, or I'm completing my graduation over the weekends, basically. So like a lot of people do the weekend MBA, Saturday and Sunday after office and Sunday the entire day. That's very common in India. So throughout the world, in fact. Or so you can just say I'm pursuing whatever studies you are. And you can elaborate. I'm in my first year or second year or third year.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. First to introduce. Okay. First to introduce. All right. Karthik, go ahead. Read these are some power words. Okay. Some vocab. Useful vocabulary that you can use during an interview. Okay. Karthik, can you hear me? Yeah, probably good. Ajanta, are you able to see the slide now? Are you able to see the page?
No, sir.
Sorry?
No.
No. Okay.
I can't say.
No
Sir,
problem.
what is the spelling of pioneered?
PIONEER.
PIONEER.
Pioneer, and pioneered is PIONEERED.
RED. Pioneered.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Tarup, go ahead. Read the first two words here.
Loyal. I would describe myself as a loyal individual who goes above and beyond to help others in the workplace.
Very good statement. I would describe yourself in one word. If this is the question, can be asked, right? So I'd describe myself as a loyal individual who goes above and beyond to help others in the workplace. You can use these power words. Yeah. Go ahead. Read the second one.
Punctual. I am always punctual, whether it's getting to work on time or meeting deadlines, because I have a deep respect for my co-workers and the company I work for.
Yeah. Very good. So punctuality is obviously is a key element, is a key trait that any company looks for. So you need to sell yourself. You need to ensure that you use these words like loyal, punctual. Read the third one, Tarup. Go ahead.
Responsible. In my previous job, I was responsible for handling payroll processing and preparing checks before paydays.
Again,
Good evening, everyone. Pro learners, quickly join the Zoom meeting.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am. How many days are passed, ma'am?
30 days, Isha, and today is 17th.
Okay, ma'am. 13 days is more.
Yes, exactly.
After 13 days, ma'am, you will be relaxed.
I'm happy as well now. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, but yeah.
Ma'am,
Sharing.
One thing, ma'am. What would you do after 13 days? My first thing, ma'am.
After 30 days, we will celebrate Eid for 3. Okay, guys, now topic, what subject in school turned out to be your favorite? So, it happens sometimes we hate some subject or anything, but later we start to like that subject. So this is something you need to talk about. And if you could magically do one thing, what would you do? Magically do one thing, what would you do? Wow, both the questions are very good. Plan your answers. This question is hypothetical, so please remember you need to use if first conditional with would. If I would, will का use नहीं होगा इसमें. If I could magically do one thing, I would remove religion from this world. Okay, so yes, this is what I will do. And why also, please put why, give reason to your answer.
Ma'am, may I speak, ma'am?
Yes, Isha.
Yes, ma'am. First one subject. The one subject my favorite is math.
ईशा नहीं आ रही आपकी आवाज. ईशा बिल्कुल भी नहीं आ रही, बिल्कुल भी नहीं आ रही.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Zishan.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm good. How about you?
So, I'm great, ma'am. How about your fasting? How's it going?
It's going great,
Good.
alhamdulillah. Yes, alhamdulillah. Perfect.
Because of weather, I think your work is indoor. I think you
हाँ,
feel
Allah ka shukr
comfortable.
hai. That's really grateful. I am grateful for this job that it's work from home, so I don't have to go out. So yeah.
But
So how's the
my
condition
job
in
is
Pakistan, Zishan? About
what, ma'am?
related to that Imran Khan thing, the situation in Pakistan, is it any better?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, it is better, but Imran Khan started a protest against this government because he believed that whatever this regime change is happened not on the will of people of Pakistan, but they have some, like, they got money from outside to change this regime, because recently Pakistan Prime Minister paid visit in Russia. So America do not want to establish a relationship with Russia, even India faced a lot of problem
Yes,
when
yes.
recently India bought oil. So that's what Pakistan want to do because of the international market. The petrol price was like high.
Mhm.
So Russia offered him. So Pakistan Prime Minister visited. So then the America do not want it. So then the America use their resources to change this regime by. So that's what the main allegation Prime Minister are raising in the nation, that their foreign their ambassadors who was in America, he got written something by the Americans, like, if your prime minister will not be eliminated, so we gonna you strict action and we will put you in isolation. So
Mhm.
it is very important to change this prime minister. So then they use no confidence movement, which is part of Pakistan constitution, because on the other side, almost the 12 parties formed a coalition, and then they decided to eliminate prime minister of Pakistan by bringing this no confidence, and plus he is showing that this is the latter, and I cannot show you in publicly because it has some state secrets, but it
Mhm.
happened, so you need to understand. So that's is going on. So now Imran Khan Sahib is trying to convince the old stakeholder to announce a new election. So it's mean that you're gonna be a slave of America. So you have no sovereign. You have no more a sovereign country. So for a sovereign country, your decision, your everything should happen in your country rather than dictating by the foreign resources. So this is going
Yes,
on
of
in
course.
Pakistan.
Oh God, so much
So
is
very
happening.
complex situation.
Yeah, it's complicated situation.
Mm,
Yeah.
So shall I start this topic now?
Yes, yes. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I like Park study mein, because right now I like front affairs. So Park kind of subject or discussion, particularly on any matters. So I really like. I used to like this kind of subject when I was a student, and it because it helped me to update me about the current scenario. So still, I to take my whole interest in reading newspaper and in the current affairs, like what is going on in India and plus
In
the others
India.
country, yeah,
Mhm.
in India and plus other countries like America. So I like this thing. You could say that it make me comfortable. I feel contented, like I'm informed guy. I'm informed person. And second, if you could magically do one thing, what would be you do, ma'am? I would love to eliminate poverty. So, which is the big or base bone of contention right now. People are struggling. People are doing
Yes.
unfair things to meet their desire, meet their goals. Particularly, the economy needs. The kind of era we are living right now. It is completely materialistic. So to give to give a like nutrient food, to give a best life to your offspring. So definitely a person are the responsible guy. They want to do anything. They actually sometimes compromise their health, their lifestyle, their desire. So this is in our country, third world country. It is unfortunately, regrettably, it is very hard to like to earn to give ideal life to your offspring because of two to three things, like the education, it should be a free, and the
Mm.
health system, it should be a free, and
Free
then
should be free.
yeah, should be free. And then the third is in our culture. In our culture, if you are earning, so you're like 2 to 3 person. I don't know why they depend on you, and why they look forward, like you can help him, like you can fulfill their economical demands. So I think it shouldn't happen. Like I really like the European a Western culture, the one thing like after 18 years, they sent their children to go and earn your money, make your own future. It's now it is your responsibility to decide where you want to go and which direction you want to start or you want to take. So it depends on you. So after 10 years, after 12 years, so you see that guy a successful or having a stable career, a secure future. So
Yes.
I think this is these things I want to change, and that directly linked to the poverty. Then the poverty eliminated, so definitely this thing would change.
Yes.
That's what I want.
Very good. Nice, Zishan. Very good point. You have chosen the poverty. If you could do one thing magically with a wand, you would remove poverty from this world. Yes, it is very important. People are suffering. Yes, right. Ranjit, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. Today I would like to talk about my my hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
You are. Nahi aayega. Today I would like to talk about nahi aayega.
Okay. Today I would like to talk about my favorite subject, which I really like in my childhood. When I vividly remember when I was studying in a first class, that
first class
that time I took a part in the drawing competition, and drawing is my favorite subject because I really like filling the colors in the picture. So I was interested in a drawing in
a drawing nahi
in a drawing. Therefore my teachers also supported me on that time, and
at that time, and my drawing teacher name is Harvinder Kaur, and she also helped me to how could I improve my drawing skill, and she also helped me in improving my to improve my drawing
to improve my drawing. And at the fifth standard, that time I took a part in the drawing competitions on a state level, and that time I got a second prize, and that time I was happy. So all in all, drawing is my favorite subject.
Very good. Okay. ओके अब रंजीत मैं आपको टॉपिक समझाती हूँ क्योंकि आपने टॉपिक फिर से नहीं समझा. आप एक बार पढ़िए टॉपिक क्या है. टॉपिक ये नहीं है व्हाट वाज योर फेवरेट सब्जेक्ट इन स्कूल और व्हाट इज योर फेवरेट सब्जेक्ट नाउ. द टॉपिक इज व्हाट सब्जेक्ट इन स्कूल turned out to be your favorite. Turned out to be your favorite का मतलब क्या है, जिससे पहले आपको वो नहीं पसंद था बट उसके बाद आपको पसंद आने लगा. So you are supposed to say that drawing, I didn't used to like it much in the beginning, but when my teacher helped me in drawing pictures, in doing different stuff in drawing, so I started, or it turned out to be my favorite. Guys, please try to use this vocabulary or this phrasal verb turned out. Okay, इससे आप लोगों को आदत पड़ेगी. My favorite तो सभी बोलेंगे my favorite subject, my, और past की बात हो रही है तो यहाँ पे was का use होगा. तो ये past से related है आपका question. What subject in school turned out to be? Okay, yes.
Ma'am, what is the meaning of turn out? Means
turn out मतलब हो जाना, पसंद आ जाना, कोई चीज हो जाना, किसी चीज का होना उसे हम turn out कहते हैं. Okay, so it turned out to be my favorite subject. Sometimes it happens that you do not have interest in any subject, but then you get a very good teacher, and due to that teacher you start to like something. So this could happen, like due to the teacher, that subject turned out to be my favorite.
Yes.
Yes. And Tarup, you are next.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
If I could do anything, one thing magically, I would like to go back in my childhood days, like 10 to 15 years old.
Back 10 to
I
15 years back, not old.
10 to No, ma'am. I'm trying to say when I was 10 to 15 years old.
Okay.
At that time, I used back.
Tarup, I use what?
No, ma'am. I'm trying to say when I was a child of 10 to 15 years old, I want to go back at that time.
So it's very simple. You can say, I wish to return to my childhood, the golden days or the golden period of my life. इसीलिए कहते हैं इतना सब कुछ बोलने से बेहतर है छोटा बोलो और अच्छा बोलो, uncomplicated. So yeah, I wish to return to my childhood, my golden days. और फिर आगे आप दिन बता सकते हो. Yes, why? Or you can also say when I was 10 years old or when I was 7 years old. Yes.
Okay, ma'am.
Was merely a child, an innocent.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Because at that time we don't get so much stress.
Past.
Okay, ma'am.
We did not.
At that time we did not get any stress. We used to just play and enjoy our lives. And at that time, if we did any mistakes, we strike out of falls, then at that time we just apologize for that, and just started doing something else. We don't stick to it, and we don't get depressed about it. Why did I have done this? Why it was supposed to be like this? How I did this? Like something that. And at that time our hearts was so pure. We don't have anything in our hearts. And we did not have anything in our hearts. We just say whatever used to feel. Our hearts and our mouths at that time was one. But when as time goes, and we become old and adult,
okay,
then we are supposed to, and we are expected to do something in a manner, in a right way, like society want, in the manner society want.
Wants. Society wants.
Okay, ma'am. Society wants. Sometimes we have to become two-faced person, even we do not like to do that, because yeah, at that stage we have to think about other people also, that they do not feel any bad thing about us, or they do not get any wrong effect and something like that. And at this time we also have so much pressure about our future. We just want to make our future. We forget to, sometimes we forget to live in present. We just want to make our future. But at that time we used to study, we used to play, we used to enjoy. And at that time we were making our future as well, but we did not think about it very much. So because of that, all these things, I want to become a child and if I could do, I want to never grow up, because sometimes many people says, when will you grow up, grow up, and I used to say, why everyone wants me to grow up? Like, okay, my age is growing up, but why everyone has to be grow up by their mental,
Everyone
grow
has
up mentally, grow up mentally? Why no one is allowed to do some childish things like that? That's all, ma'am.
Okay, and you don't want to answer the first one? Subject turned out to be your favorite?
Yes, ma'am, I can say. Okay. But ma'am, I have already spoken about it.
No problem. Then you can skip.
Okay, ma'am.
Very well done. Taroop, very well done. All right.
Ma'am, today I used a phrasal word that I use it in right way?
Yes, what
Strike
was
a
it
false
again?
note.
Yes.
Strike a false note.
Strike a false note. Yes, it was very good. I believe you are learning new phrases. This is very good.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So yeah, you used it correctly. Strike a false note.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Something is wrong or
Yes, ma'am.
anyone else would like to speak, guys? Pro learners, what happened? Nobody is raising the hand. Amit, Dipendra, Isha, Jaya, Monica, Rakesh, Sajal.
Ma'am, could I say something?
Yes, please. कल भी आप रह गया था आपका कहना. Yes.
No, ma'am. Actually, there was a topic yesterday. So in that, I would like to add, I watches lots of interviews.
I watches me.
I watch. Sorry, ma'am. I watch interviews. I started watching them just because to improve my English. But as I started, and I really felt that it does not help me in improving my English. It also helps me in improving my personality as well, because when we listen and when we feel others real life story, how they struggled, how they overcome their like, ma'am, their weaknesses, how they overcome their weaknesses, like that, then I can relate to them. I can connect those stories with my mine, so I can improve myself very much. So
Yes.
I would like to ask you, if you could, and if you are interested, could you please share your story also as well? Like, how could you manage to study and teaching, and you also have studied Spanish as well? How did you manage all that?
Wow, it's a very long thing to share, but definitely, Taroop, I would love to share my story. If it could
Yes.
give you anything, any inspiration, I would be more than happier. So it all started back in 2014 when I finished my schooling. I had no idea what I'm gonna do with my, regular college or my graduation. Actually, I have a stepmother, so she was not in favor of me going to college every day because of my sister got married in 2014, so I had to manage house chores. So she was not in the favor. So what I did, I talked to my paternal aunt, and she said you can go ahead for SOL. I wasn't even aware about School of Open Learning, that something is like that also exists. Earlier, I was planning to take admission in Jamia for this irregular college of Jamia, but then I realized that Jamia is way far from my place, so I won't be able to go do up and down for my exams or anything. So I dropped that idea, and because School of Open Learning is like SOL is very near to my place, so I went there. I got the form to fill, and I went to cyber cafe, and there were three options. With my percentage, I could do BA, program, BA English honors, and one more, I think I forgot that, BA political science something. So I asked my paternal aunt, as she's a teacher, so I thought she will guide me the best, and she did. She asked me to go for BA English honors, because she said program everyone does, it's very common, sab karte hain graduation, you do something different, it will help you in future. I did the same, and after 2 months, I remember my classes got started for Saturdays and Sundays only. 2 days a week I used to go to college, and I was working as well. My teacher, my chachi only, she told me to start teaching. Us time pe I remember my cousin, my same aunt's son was learning in that school, and that was my primary school as well. So my chachi was like, मैं PTM में गई थी ना, तो they were asking for teachers के, she's also a teacher, के रिहाना मैम कोई टीचर बताइए हमारे स्कूल में. उस टाइम पे थे रमजान की वजह से टीचर्स छोड़ के चली गई हैं. So we really need urgent teachers. We need teachers urgently. My chachi came from PTM and she told me and my cousin both. So she said, you both go there and give your interview, and let's see what happens. So I went there with my cousin. We are almost of same age. So we went there, and मुझे देखते ही मेरी जो principal थी वो पहचान गई. Obviously, I studied there 4 years from 1st to 4th. I remember I studied there, maybe LKG, UKG भी पढ़ी होगी, I don't remember. So they said you can join from tomorrow. But my cousin, she said, you can wait, अभी हम इनको देख लें how is she, because मेरे पास भी experience नहीं था, उसके पास भी नहीं था. So from there my journey started. I was a primary teacher, nursery की teacher. I used to sing poems with students and I used to enjoy. लेकिन उस टाइम रमजानों में थी मेरी जॉब, से जाना आना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता था, and the salary was 1500 rupees only. I'm talking about 5 years back.
1500 per month.
1500 per month, yes. And in that also she said कि हम बाद में बढ़ा देंगे, अभी हम देखेंगे, because you are a fresher, we cannot give you more than this. मैंने कहा ओके कोई नहीं, ना होने से होना बेहतर है, मतलब कुछ ना करने से तो करना बेहतर है. और मुझे सुबह जल्दी उठने की आदत थी बिकॉज ऑफ माय स्कूल्स ना, तो मेरे लिए बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता था पूरा दिन काटना. सो आई स्टार्टेड. माय मदर, शी वाज फ्यूरियस अबाउट इट. जॉब करोगे ये वो. सो शी वर वेरी मींस काफी लड़ाई झगड़े भी हुए थे, एंड शी वर लाइक she was not even in the favor of me working. So I have struggled a lot with this. So Monday to Saturday I used to go to school, Sunday I used to go to college. So this was it. And in the first year only, after Eid, the same Ramzan after Eid, I had this marriage proposal. So uske baad to my mother was like, leave the job, leave the studies. I remember I got good marks in my first year, and after that my mother is like, don't study, what will you do to study, apne ghar jaake padhna. Typical mother things. But I had some savings from my fees, so I paid my second year fee, and I asked my father, please allow me to go to college and to complete my second year. मेरा साल बर्बाद हो जाएगा, उसके बाद तो शादी हो जाएगी, थर्ड ईयर में शादी की बात कर लेंगे, अभी तो करने दें. सो या, एंड उसके बाद की स्टोरी आई विल टेल यू लेटर, अभी के लिए इतना ही. बट या, दिस पार्ट वाज वेरी स्ट्रगलिंग, लाइक वर्किंग फॉर not that much money, and फिर घर का काम and mother family pressure, फिर ऊपर से marriage proposal. Very bad things have happened in this period of time, but आगे you can see it all worth it. Trust me, when I look back at my past struggles, I think I always thank Allah that Allah, now it's all worth it. Thank you for giving me that much strength at that point of time. मैं कभी कभी खुद भी सोचती हूँ मैंने इतना स्ट्रगल कैसे कर लिया, इतना स्ट्रेस कैसे हैंडल कर लिया, अब नहीं होता मुझसे बिल्कुल भी. तो या, and it's all worth it. So eventually I think मैं तो ये कहती हूँ, तवक्कुल, I have तवक्कुल कि जो होता है अच्छे के लिए होता है और बेहतर ही करता है अल्लाह. This thing is with me and it's very positive. So from that अब भी मैं सोचती हूँ, वही चीज सोचती हूँ, like that marriage did not happen, there was a reason. I did not leave my studies, there was a reason. I did that job, there was a reason. I am today, यहाँ पे होना था. So yes, it will all worth it at the end. But family support is very important, which I did not have. Now I have it because I'm earning good money, so they are happy to see me like that. But earlier I did not have. I was the first girl of my khandan कहते हैं ना, who worked. So many. और पता है मेरा घर कैसा है तरू, I have a joint family, तो मेरे चाचा सब हम साथ रहते हैं. उसके सामने मेरी दादी की बहन जो जैसे होते हैं ना दादा के भाई वगैरह, we live all together. तो उस अपने फैमिली के साथ ना उनको भी देखना पड़ता था. Like I used to wear western dresses. People used to ask, why are you wearing vest? Why are you wearing jeans? Oh, jeans is so big deal. So I have seen a lot. I have been through a lot. Take it with male friends, Western clothes, studies, job, a lot. Now they all are chill. कब तक बोलेंगे? Now the time is
Actually, I'm
yes.
actually after listening to your story, the respect on you means doubled or tripled.
Yes, because
Actually,
I really think when you said na, that ma'am Muslim do not allow their, I can feel that yes they do not, and I want to set an example for other girls that those who do not have their family support, they should do something. They should not give up. Even my cousin, I tell her not to give up. I have motivated so many people to keep their education, not to lose hope. Because when parents or our family don't support us, na, we kind of get we get crashed. कि अब कुछ नहीं हो सकता. Family का support नहीं है क्या है? But I have good friends. I have had good friends, no doubt. They actually pushed me through my boundaries. Take stand for yourself. Do it. Ask your father. Be blunt. कब तक ऐसे रहेगी? I used to be very innocent. Trust me. मतलब मैं थोड़ी थोड़ी बातों पे ना रोने लग जाती थी. So my friends made me really. I really thank all my friends I had in my college days. They actually told me कि शादी के लिए बोल, अभी नहीं करनी है, अभी कम से कम ग्रेजुएशन तो कर ले. They used to tell me नमता 3rd year तक तो कर ले, 1st year में 2nd year में शादी क्या है ये, शादी के बाद कोई नहीं पढ़ाता. Means my mother was अरे पढ़ा देंगे, शादी के बाद करा देंगे काम. And my friends were like कोई नहीं कराता शादी के बाद, सबको बच्चे चाहिए होंगे. So yeah, that period was very struggling of my life. 2015, 16, 17, these 3 years. Whew.
A few
Ma'am,
days
I
ago,
never thought like you have struggled a lot. Like I always feel that you have a very good life. You just do it smoothly, all the things. Like you look like that. You
The same year, Taruk, and I was also thinking that. And ma'am has struggled a lot.
I struggled a lot.
Oh my
I
God.
lost my mother when I was only 10 years old. और उसके बाद losing her, उस time पे इतना दिमाग नहीं था, but getting a stepmother and वो भी अच्छी ना होना, उनका अच्छा ना होना, that was school time पे भी I have struggled a lot.
So, ma'am,
a few days ago,
and what about your father? Your father doesn't support you?
He doesn't. No, at that point of time, he did not. I don't know why my grandmother, I remember whenever I used to question something or complain something about him, so my grandmother used to say one thing, माँ दूसरी बाप तीसरा. तो वो ये कह के ना मुझे चुप करा देती थी that he will not support you.
what is that meaning, ma'am? What is that mean? What is that?
When you have a stepmother, your father will be like 3rd person, something like that.
Oh,
read that, ma'am.
Yes.
But thank you.
A few days ago, when you shared that you started working at the age of 16, I thought like, what is the need of working? Like you can happily study. But now after hearing your story, I really got inspired. Very good. Like,
yeah.
Yes, ma'am. That's why I asked.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing.
I really had problems with that marriage thing as well. So we will continue, Taru.
Yes, ma'am. Definitely. Thank
All
you.
right. You're welcome. Next we have Jaya and then Karthik. Jaya, please go ahead.
Okay. What subject in school turned out to be your favorite? Ma'am, when I was in like 2nd and 3rd, at that moment, I was I didn't like math. And because whenever I
didn't used to like math.
I didn't used to like math. And whenever I solve any question and after showing my books, in front of ma'am, and ma'am said that no, Jaya, your question is wrong. And after that, I thought like that, and I'm working on that. And but why I'm not able to solve one question? But one day I solved like all question, and that question was correct. And at that moment, my ma'am praised me. And after that, I started work on that, and I thought, yeah, now I want that every day. My ma'am praised me every day, and I will work on that. And I started, and now my math subject become my favorite subject. And whenever I get bored and I used to solve like a tricky question, that question is related like what say, मैम वो एग्जाम वाले क्या होते हैं, reasoning type question. And because whenever I start solving any one question, it take too much time. So, and on that pretext, I also pass out my time, and I don't feel bored. So that's why that subject become my favorite, and I love a lot. And and every time I get good mark in that subject. And that's why I want to say to my teachers for motivating me. And because of her, and I work on that, and now that is my favorite subject.
Very good. Very well done. So math has turned out to be your favorite subject. Very good, Jaya.
Yes, ma'am.
Next.
Let me read my question.
If you could do one thing magically.
If you could.
Ma'am, am I audible?
If you could magically to do one thing, what would you do? Because ma'am Taruf has already spoken, which I don't want to describe. So, but yeah, if I could one magical thing, so I would love to make one tablet for grammar, for English. Because I am struggling a lot, and I think like that, yeah, I should, there should be one something for learning this thing, learning any new skills, and which I want that. And after making any medicine, any something, and I will distribute to whom who really want to learn. And because I have seen so many people, and they start learning new skill, and after that, if they are not able to learn, and a few months, few days, they give up. So for that, I want to make.
Yes, very good. Great. So she wants to make, or she wants to create a pill for English. Just take that pill and you will be fluent in grammar, in vocabulary, phrases, idioms, everything.
And all member will praise me. Yeah, you should learn something from Jaya, and now she is speaking, and that's what I want. And I want to be good at in English, like everything, in grammar, in vocab, in with like fluent, without making any mistake, without screw up. So
great. Yeah, very well done. All right, Karthik, you can go ahead.
I think you didn't read my comment. If I have magical power, I'll kidnap your stepmom and make her love and care you more.
Now she does. Trust me, now she does. As she's growing old and she can see that I care for her a lot, she is changed. She has changed a lot.
So first question is related to the subject in school days, no, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. In my opinion, the subject to become anyone's favorite is like when they have good teacher. Good teacher in the sense, it doesn't mean that they have lots of knowledge. No, good teacher in the sense they move friendly with the students and they care for the students. Yeah, which is the thing lacking in so many schools nowadays. If you observe nowadays, in earlier days, if any child is doing bad in any subject, the teacher used to support them, and the teacher used to say some kind of moral stories which inspires them in coming out from that stage. But nowadays, if we observe, because of this rat race in the schools, so many teachers are forced to guide only the students who are doing better in the schools. Like, because in I don't know about North India, but in South India, the only thing matters for the school is good marks. Like,
Yes.
only means, like, there are so many schools who give lots of money to the first rank students of another school to bring them to this school. After bringing them to this school, the teachers, like, just simply guide those students well, means better than the students who are not doing well. So because of these things, lots of failures are even getting more depressed, and they're losing their confidence level. Yeah, they are thinking that means the failure students or the students who don't get good marks are in a, like, dilemma, in especially in South India, that if there is no proper education, or if we don't get good marks, there is no life for us. The school managements are creating this kind of situation in all the schools in South India, and I don't know about other states. So because of the means these things, what's happening is, um, like, if we observe nowadays, we have lots of other things. Like, if someone is not doing well in studies, they can, because of their skills or because of some business, they can do better in some other fields. But so many school managements are simply forgetting this, and even they are not telling the students this important point. They only say, like we see in the Three Idiots movie, like, if you don't do well in the studies, you are done, your life is gone. So they are, because they don't say this point, that if you're not good in studies, you can do better in some other field. So I used to be even the same kind of situation happened with me in my school days. Like, um, my teacher used to teach English and social studies. Means, one teacher used to teach English and social studies. That teacher used to concentrate only on the top three rankers. If some material related to the subject comes to the school, they used to first give that material to the first three rankers. Okay, I used to be in top 10 only. I'm not saying that I was a bad student in school. I was always a good student, but they used to concentrate on only 3 to 4 particular students, and they used to guide them, and they used to give them good materials. Like, so many things they used to, yeah, do first. They used to give first priority to those students. Because of this thing, I used to hate social studies and English, especially in my school days. So um, so I already shared this thing, like, till the end of by the end of 10th class, just before the start of these final exams of 10th class, I got scared a lot about these results in social studies. So I took a long break of 3 months to prepare for the social studies exam, not for the final exams. So in that preparation time, my aunt, who is a social teacher in some other government college, guided me and motivated me. Like, she said only one thing, like, it is the easiest subjects of all the subjects, social studies. That time, if you don't believe, I used to get only 50 or 60 marks in social studies in my school exams. But in my final exams, I got 98, which is a kind of surprise or shock to almost all the teachers in my class and students in my class. I also, means, my photo also got published in the local newspaper that time. So the thing is, the teacher should be like the motivator or the guide, or more, or the friend to the student.
Yes.
But they should not follow the students with some kind of a
Should
stick
not criticize
or
you.
with some kind of with some kind of criticism. They should not criticize the students if they get good less marks. And even so many students nowadays are abusing girls, especially in schools. Yeah, so they should not be like this. They should be, even means I can say that my science teacher used to be like a friend with us. We used to go movies with him. Like some teachers are good, but some teachers are just like like they act as a principal of the school. Yeah, instead of teachers. Yeah. And one more thing is, if I have the magical power, like actually I try means I give importance to knowledge. So if I have the magical power, if I put any book in my hand, all the things which are in the book should come to my mind without reading that book, just like a robo. Like I should have the scanning power. I should scan all the contents in the book without reading. I should acquire that knowledge. And I don't say that I should get thousands of crores of money, because it brings us laziness. In my opinion, we should work hard for the money. If something comes for free to us, it definitely gives us laziness. And if we get money for free, we don't value it. Yeah, that's it, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, very good, Karthik. Thank you for explaining. And I really do not like such teachers. I have also came across such teachers in my schools who used to play their favorites. Like top students are their favorite. Yes, this is very bad. Teachers should never do that. Teacher is someone who has to work on weak students more. तभी तो फायदा है ना. अगर आप फर्स्ट आने वाले स्टूडेंट को ही पढ़ाओगे, वो तो फर्स्ट ही आएगा ना. उसको पढ़ाओ जो लास्ट आ रहे, ताकि वो भी फर्स्ट आ सके. So in my school it happened a lot, Karthik, so I can definitely relate.
This is happening because of the privatization. Earlier in our father during our father's time, there used to be only government schools. At that time, the government teachers used to focus much on the failures.
Oh God. Sharif is asking, ma'am, how did you become rich? Man. Sharif, thank God मैं man तो नहीं हूँ, woman ही हूँ मैं. Okay. Yeah. So Tauba. Yes. So, guys, anyone else? Isha, is your network any better?
Is it compulsory thing that you should give you some of your earnings to your family members?
No,
like
I
your
don't.
mom?
No, Karthik, I don't.
Then
I believe in gifts. Like whenever I go on trips, especially on trips, I bring something for my parents, especially for my parents.
But it's not a compulsory thing, no?
No, it's not.
Then it's fine.
Like on Eid, like I always give something to my mother, like suit. I went to Ladakh, I bought her a woolen suit, my father muffler. So yes, that I do. For example, I bring things what she likes, like for eating, she likes mayonnaise a lot. So whenever I'm out in the market, I get this for her. Ice cream, like sometimes she likes to eat ice cream. So yeah, this is how I take care of them. I do not give something to them out of my earning, and they don't even ask, to be very honest. They just tell me to not to waste my money on clothes, but on gold or something like that. So they always say that. Even my brother, kapdo pe mat waste karo, buy something tumhare liye kaam aayega, buy gold, invest in gold, like this. So yes. We people start judging someone with their success. We think they are the most happy people. They did not face anything, but the real story is different. Yes, I think every success story has a failure behind it. And this failure makes it amazing or intriguing. वरना तो successful story किसको सुननी है? People are interested in learning your failures, that how you have achieved this position, you have been through so much. अगर मैं बोलूं कि भाई मैं पैदा ही रिच हुई थी, तो आप लोगों को मजा आएगा सुनने में? यार मैम के मजे. She got so she had everything from the beginning. She did not struggle anything. Good college, good school, good everything. No, it was not like that.
I just want to compliment you, ma'am, that you are very strong to share all your stories because it takes
I want
lots
to
of
become a
effort.
motivational speaker, especially for the Muslim community where they do not allow their uh, daughters, their sisters to study. I have so many examples. I have so many examples. My own cousins, they're struggling after marriage because they are not educated enough to work on their own. Neither they can leave their husbands, nor they can live on their own. So even they praise me. They tell me not to get married until and unless you have enough money in your account, because you don't know what will happen afterwards, how your husband will treat. So starting में everybody is very nice in the beginning. You are my love, you are my wife, you are my this. Afterwards the real color comes, and trust me, I am I
It's
that was
not
the reason I
about
don't.
the husband's. It's not about the husband's nature. Actually, if we observe,
Yes,
the
Karthik.
the prices are increasing day by day. So two people, a husband and a wife, should
Karthik, it's not
simultaneously,
about prices. It's about
like,
respect. I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about respect. When your husband don't respect you, that is the biggest suffering
yeah,
part of your life.
definitely.
Yes.
And I'm also saying that uh, parents should allow girl child also to study, because nowadays, if both earn only, then the house can survive.
Exactly. Yes. All right, ma'am, I want to be fluent, Rahmatullah. I want to be fluent in English. What should I do? I'm a basic learner. Rahmatullah, first, if you can afford pro membership, I would suggest you buy pro membership. It has many benefits. First, you will be able to talk to me like Karthik and other students. Second, I can talk about your mistakes. I can give you feedback. And also you can learn grammar. You need to attend sessions regularly if you are a basic learner. Okay. अत्थर ने क्या लिखा है, कर जाए क्या क्या ये गुजर जाएगा ये दर्द भी गालिब, खुशी ना ठहरी तो गम की क्या औकात है. This is so...
Who is your closest person in your life, in your family, your brother?
My brother.
With whom you?
Yes, my brother.
And means
My
we should
sister
have someone.
also, I am close to her, but she lives very far. She lives in Lucknow, so she visits us once every year. So she will come after Eid. So
Definitely, we should have someone to share our feelings with, other than friends.
My brother is very nice. He is very loving. He's very caring.
Because
Own brother, ma'am? Own brother or step brother?
Yes. No, we are 4 siblings and we are real. Women want respect, love, and someone who understands her, never judges her, who always stands by her side. Yes, so true, Paras. Okay, Isha, is your network any better? Vinod, would you like to speak? Let me share the topics again if you want. Please go ahead and speak. What subject in school turned out to be your favorite? You can answer this question or any of these questions on your screen. Yes.
My school days, my favorite subject is social.
Was.
My favorite subject is social. I read many times social, and social is a social subject, and social subject. The subject is social subject is a very easy subject, and history and some few years back. Some kings and some few years. Madam, I didn't understand, madam. I will say tomorrow, madam. I join for 20 minutes before 20 minutes, madam.
It's okay.
Sorry, madam.
I know. Vinod, what you can do first, join at 5 p.m. So you will now listen other students answering the same question. So you will get some ideas. Now everybody has spoken. They have spoken on this topic only. So if you would have joined at 5 or 5:15, you would be able to listen to other students and get some ideas. So
How was your day, ma'am?
My day was very hectic. I just came back from college.
Oh,
Okay, it seems like Salasha, we are the first people to join, so we will wait a couple of minutes for others and then we will begin. Okay.
all right, ma'am.
So just tell me, Shailasha, is this your like how many days have you been on the app?
Ma'am, it's been really very long, like almost 2 years.
So you've been on the app for 2 years. So have you been a pro learner for these 2 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, amazing. With me, I think this is one of your first classes, right?
No, ma'am. Like there was a gap between me attending your class, but yeah, I have been one of the regular attendees of the class.
Okay, okay. I really don't remember you. That's why I was asking.
Oh, no issue,
All
ma'am.
right. Okay, Shailasha, do you have any questions, any doubts?
Yes, ma'am. Like tomorrow is my English exam, like the first monthly exam of this session.
So you're in
So,
school?
yes, ma'am. I am in standard
Okay,
10.
which class?
10th, ma'am.
Okay, 10th standard, right? CBSE?
Yes, ma'am.
So what are
KB,
the chapters that you have?
like 4 chapters are there, ma'am. A letter to God, then a triumph of surgery, then fire and ice, and a dust of snow.
A dust of snow, fire and ice. The other one, what did you say? After letter to God?
A triumph of surgery.
Okay, a triumph of surgery. Right, right. Okay. So are you prepared, Shailasha?
Yes, ma'am. So the thing which I wanted to ask you is like
Yes.
how to score and how to impress the examiner with our writing skill in story writing
Story writing.
specifically.
In
Yes, ma'am.
story writing.
Yes, ma'am.
In story writing, you see, the important things are character. So you have to make sure that you're building good characters that have some kind of character traits, right? And the title should be very good, something that is related either to the setting or the characters or the problem of the story. Okay, Shailasha. And you
Yes,
have to
ma'am.
create a good problem in the story. So the story usually it has like this arc. I don't know if you know this. It is called a narrative arc. All right,
Right,
so
ma'am.
it should have an introduction. The introduction, I'll just give you a small diagram for this.
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
Hi, ma'am.
This is good evening, good evening. Shailasha has a doubt, so we are just talking about that. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
All right, chaliye. So this is called the narrative arc. Okay, Shailasha. It
Yes,
starts with the introduction. You first write the intro, and in the intro, what do you introduce? You introduce the characters and the setting. Ideally, you start with the setting, then you move on to characters. Okay, and don't introduce the what to say bad character at the very beginning. Don't introduce the antagonist at the very beginning. In the introduction,
All
only
right,
good
ma'am.
characters are introduced. After that, we start talking about the problem. So the problem or the conflict comes after that, and you talk about the conflict a little bit, that this is the problem and this is why the main character is struggling, so on and so forth. And then what happens, this problem becomes really huge and it reaches the climax. Okay, yes, it
Yes.
reaches the climax. In the climax, what happens? Something huge happens. Something that is so big that, what to say, everyone will be interested and the entire story will turn from there on. All right. And
Okay,
this,
ma'am.
after this, right after this climax, you solve the problem. The solution of the problem should be here. So it is called a falling action. Just remember that you will solve the problem after, right after the climax. And after the solution, everything will go back to normal and you will give a resolution to your story. So the resolution can be of two types. It can be open-ended or close-ended. So close-ended means you will give it a nice ending, sab khushi khushi rehne lage, happily ever after, right? And
Right,
if you
ma'am.
want to create an open-ended ending, then you kind of create a hook where the readers would want to know a little bit more, but they won't. So this problem that you have created should be solved. It should not be left unsolved, but you can create a smaller problem here that will be left unsolved. Usually in horror films and horror stories,
you will see this hook, open-endedness,
Right,
right?
ma'am.
Last mein kuch dikhate hai that the ghost is not completely gone. So that you can create. So if you can remember these few things, and the title should be related either to the setting or the characters or the problem. Okay.
Alright, ma'am.
And
That's fine.
the characters should have some technical character traits like honesty and hard will, something that you will highlight ki ye banda aisa hai. And for the antagonist as well, he should not create the problem just like that. There should be some reason why he's creating that problem. Okay, just
Okay,
keep these things in mind when you're writing a story. I think you will get very good marks. All
Alright,
right.
thank you very much, ma'am.
Most welcome. And for your answers, you know, Shailasha in CBSE, what they look for is quotes from the text. So write the quote from the text. Like you don't even have to quote it. You just have to use the words and phrases from the text and underline them when you are writing your answer, and you will fetch really good marks. Okay.
Alright, thank you very much, ma'am.
Most welcome. Most welcome.
Her
I'm
name
also
is
a
not
CBSE
Shaila.
student.
Her name is not Shailasha, ma'am. Her name is Silly.
Oh, that's her pet name, not her real name, right?
Yes,
Chaliye,
ma'am.
amazing, amazing, very nice,
Thank
Shailasha.
you
So
very much,
all the
ma'am.
best. अच्छे से दीजिए exam.
जी, ma'am.
Okay, great. So चलिए, let's start our speaking class. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the class, guys.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Is Shailendra there? Yes, Shailendra. We will start with you. Yesterday's topic, right? I remember.
Okay,
And
ma'am.
then we
What
will.
was the topic?
The topic was that I don't remember.
Okay, ma'am. I know.
You know
Homelessness.
the homelessness, right? Yes. So,
Yes.
Shailendra, do you want the question so you can start?
What, ma'am? I did not get you.
Do you want the questions on the screen or do you want to start?
No, ma'am. I will speak on homelessness.
Okay, okay. Then Shailendra, you can start, and in the meantime, we will select another topic and everyone will speak on that after this. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Shailendra, you can start. Yes.
Okay. So, ma'am, homelessness means, in simple way, when you don't have home to live, and in India there are millions of people who live without roof on their head, and this is because of poor. This is because of their what it is called. This is because they are very poor, and it is not that they don't have capability. They are poor because of their condition. They did not get proper education. Because of that, they do menial jobs, and they don't get enough money to build a home for themselves. And there are some other factors also. Some people like to live outside because they simply they don't like to live with their relatives due to bad relationship. And we have seen that after certain age, when a person become old, their kids and their relatives, they throw them out of the house. So these are some factors. And other than this, there are some conventional, or there are some communities which we call nomadic tribes. They don't live at a one place like a hippies. They don't live at one place. Like we have seen herds of sheep, herds of camels, and with them we have seen people. They roam with them from one state to another state. These are nomadic tribes. It is not because they are poor and some other factors. This is their way of living. They move from one state to another state for work, for grazing of their animals. So yeah, we can say that it is a rampant in India, that people live outside without any shelter. But on the other side, government is also doing for them. Now there are so many government schemes, and one of the flagship scheme is Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, in which in this scheme a homeless person can apply and they will get a rebate of 2.5 lakh rupees, I think, if I am not wrong, and they can build their home.
2.5 lakhs or 25,000?
No, ma'am, 2.5 lakh.
Okay. Isn't it something on the lines of that you need to have your own land, then only you will get the money?
Yeah, ma'am. I think, ma'am, if you have a raw house, or then the government will give you to make it a pakka house, because, ma'am, there are so many houses in India which are without roof, means they have not a proper roof. So government give them money to make their house a pakka house, and this way government is trying to reduce the homelessness. And there are so many shelter homes also for poor people and for elderly people, but still these shelter homes are not equipped with proper equipments and proper staff, and that's why people don't like to live in these shelter homes. But see, ma'am, we have 3 weathers in our country, so it is okay to live in outside in summer season, but it is very difficult to live outside in winter and in rainy season, even because of floods and because of natural calamities. People become homeless and they are dependent on government and society to get a roof on their head. So yeah, ma'am, and still, ma'am, there are some corrupt practices in our society. Some people have very big home, but still they don't want to share their home. And it is not, ma'am, I am not blaming anybody. Even, ma'am, if I can take example of myself, even I don't like anyone to I don't like to share my home with anyone, but we can but as a society we can contribute to government fund, and we can contribute to make more and more shelter home to provide shelter to these homeless people. So, ma'am, this is my take on this topic.
Very nice, Shailendra. Really well spoken. Absolutely correct points. One thing, instead of saying kacha house and pakka house, we can say huts. So people who are usually living in huts, they are given money to upgrade to concrete houses, right? So you can use the word concrete houses. Another one, herd of sheep. Herd of sheep. All right, because sheep itself is plural and singular both. So sheep ka plural bhi sheep hota hai. Another thing you said, there aren't good equipments. Equipments kya hote hai? Basically an instrument that is used for some work, right? But homeless shelters, they do not really use equipments. What do they give us? They give us amenities. So there aren't good amenities. Okay, so you can just substitute the word. Another one I thought of, but I forgot. Yes, you said in summer, in winter, people usually cannot sleep outside. Instead of using in, it would be better if you can use during. So
during summer, during winter. Okay.
Right, during summer and during. Just these small differences, what you are saying is not entirely incorrect. आप बहुत अच्छे से बोल रहे हैं, but just changing these few things, it will be much better. Okay, Shailendra?
Sure, ma'am.
Very well done. Thank you so much, Shailendra. Chaliye, then we will start today's topic, that is prejudices. So prejudices का मतलब हिंदी में होता है कि किसी के बारे में पहले से कोई विचारधारा रखना, किसी एक ग्रुप या किसी एक टाइप के इंसान के बारे में एक विचारधारा रखना. So maybe मेरे मन में सोचिए कि फॉर एग्जाम्पल हाइपोथेटिकली स्पीकिंग, अगर मेरे मन में लड़कों के लिए एक पर्टिकुलर काइंड का बिलीफ है कि वो ऐसे होते हैं या वो वैसे होते हैं, दैट इज माय प्रेजुडिस against those people, okay, against that entire group of people. That is prejudices. So there can be different kind of prejudices, gender prejudices, social prejudices, religious prejudices हो सकते हैं, class related prejudice हो सकती है, right? So all of these things you can talk about. So what are some of the questions that you can deal with? Not the first one, okay, the first one is not there. So what is prejudice? सबसे पहले आप explain करेंगे कि prejudice होता क्या है? Why does prejudice exist? Now this is very interesting कि prejudice क्यों exist करता है? So there can be multiple reasons. कभी-कभी ऐसा होता है कि because we are not completely acquainted with the entire population of that group, so we are holding certain kind of prejudices from the people that we know. So ऐसा तो हो नहीं सकता. सोचिए कि मेरे मन में किसी एक ग्रुप के लिए, संस्था के लिए कोई एक prejudice है. ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता कि मैं पूरे ग्रुप को अच्छे से जानती हूँ. मे बी मैं उस ग्रुप से 2-3 लोगों को जानती हूँ और उन लोगों में कोई ऐसी चीज है जो कॉमन है, राइट? सो वहां से मुझे लगता है कि पूरी ग्रुप ऐसी ही होगी. सो दैट इज नॉट ट्रू. दिस कैन बी वन रीजन जिसकी वजह से प्रेजुडिस आते हैं. अनदर रीजन इज एंसेस्ट्री. हमारे मम्मी पापा ने हमें बोला है कि ऐसा ही होता है, तो हमने भी मान लिया ऐसा ही होता है. हमने भी अपने बच्चों को सिखा दिया कि ऐसा ही होता है. सो वी आर जस्ट बिलीविंग व्हाट आवर पेरेंट्स बिलीव्ड और व्हाट आवर एंसेस्टर्स हैव बिलीव्ड फॉर इयर्स. अनदर रीजन कैन बी बिकॉज ऑफ फियर, कि हम डरे हुए हैं किसी पर्टिकुलर ग्रुप से, तो हमने प्रेजुडिस उनके अगेंस्ट में क्रिएट कर लिया. सो ऑल ऑफ दीज थिंग्स और फैक्टर्स कैन ऑलवेज प्ले अ रोल इन क्रिएटिंग प्रेजुडिसेस, in giving birth to prejudices. So are women highly regarded in your society and why? So क्या ऐसा है कि आपके सोसाइटी में लड़कियों को या औरतों को बहुत अच्छा स्थान दिया जाता है? So अगर ऐसा है तो क्यों, अगर नहीं है तो क्यों नहीं है? क्या प्रेजुडिसेस है उनके अगेंस्ट? Are men highly regarded in the community? क्या लड़कों को या मर्दों को बहुत ज्यादा रिगार्ड दिया जाता है कम्युनिटी में, इज्जत दी जाती है? अगर ऐसा है तो क्यों नहीं है तो क्यों नहीं? Okay, are there gender role biased issues in your country? What are they? So gender role bias तो इंडिया में we know that we are a second world country if I'm not wrong. So हमारे यहाँ पे तो बहुत सारे problems है ही. So वो क्या क्या है, gender related क्या क्या problems है, disparity क्या क्या है? So you can talk about that. Are women workers often promoted at their workplace? So this is a very common problem that women who are working in the private sector they face. Ki men are being paid more, they are being promoted more often, but women are not getting the same opportunity. If yes, what qualities do they possess over the other gender? If not, what makes them not excel at their work? So agar haan to kyun, agar nahi to kyun nahi? Okay, sure, Shailendra, no problem. You can go, but nice topic. Okay, remember, you can speak tomorrow. चलिए. So do gender issues affect the development of a country? So gender issues की वजह से country में क्या क्या effects होते हैं? Development में, country के development में. Why do you think we need to discuss issues about gender? ये भी आप बोल सकते हैं. What are some prejudices you have? आपके मन में कोई ऐसे prejudices है? What prejudices have you acquired? Acquired मतलब from whom? From society, from the people who have lived before you. What, if any, measures has your national government implemented to combat gender-based discrimination or prejudice? So यहाँ पर बहुत ही ज़्यादा gender-based prejudices के बारे में बात की गई है, but please don't restrict yourself to just this topic. You can talk about religious prejudices, you can talk about class-related prejudices कि कुछ अमीर लोग होते हैं जिनको लगता है कि गरीब लोगों में ऐसी ही चीज होती है, गरीब लोगों को लगता है कि अमीर लोगों में बस ऐसी ही चीज होती है, राइट? So these kind of prejudices can also be prevalent in the society, and you can also talk about those things in your speech. Okay. Chaliye, so I hope the topic is clear. So I can see Karthik and Zishan at the very beginning. So I'll just write the name. Yes, next.
Deepali.
Deepali, okay, very nice.
Ma'am, yeah.
One by one. Okay, Deepali, Reena, Isha, I heard, right? Isha? Yes, next.
Yes, ma'am.
Who else? Bataiye, who else wants to speak?
One movie is coming, ma'am. Isha and Her Network.
Isha and Her Network, is it being casted? Who is being casted?
In
Isha.
Netflix, one movie is coming.
Is Isha casted in that film? Yes, Shailasha, would you like to speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very nice. Chaliye,
Ma'am,
Shweta.
ma'am, what is the meaning of prejudices in Hindi?
Prejudice का हिंदी में पूरा मतलब तो मुझे नहीं पता, मतलब yes.
Good evening, ma'am. Vijay.
Good evening, Vijay. Anyone knows the Hindi of prejudice?
Ma'am, misunderstanding.
No, not misunderstanding.
Ma'am,
Pakshpat.
biasness.
Biasness,
Ma'am.
pakshat, yes.
Ma'am,
Okay.
can you add
पहले
me?
से ही किसी के बारे में कोई चीज सोच कर रखना, पहले से ही किसी के बारे में कोई
Assumption.
चीज,
पूर्व
yes,
पूर्व धारणा.
assumption,
Assumption.
yes, पूर्व
पूर्वधारणा.
धारणा, yes, yes, पहले से ही कोई धारणा बना लेना किसी चीज या किसी ग्रुप या किसी इंसान के बारे में. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Illusion. Ma'am, illusion.
Not really illusion, not really illusion, but ऐसा है कि होता है ना कि हमें लगता है कि ये लोग तो ऐसे ही होते हैं, हम ऐसे बोलते हैं बहुत टाइम पे, so that is a prejudice. Okay.
Ma'am, in Hindi पूर्वाग्रह कहते हैं prejudice को.
Okay, okay, okay. So you have got the word
Favoritism
as
या
well.
Are you listening to me, ma'am?
partiality.
Yes, yes, that is the word.
Hello?
Who is speaking? Shivani? Reena?
No, ma'am. I'm asking.
Shivani
Ma'am.
said, who said the word?
Shivani, what
Purva
is the
something?
meaning of?
Yeah, ma'am. In Hindi, we can say prejudice because I read this in psychology. So,
Okay, what is the meaning of Hindi?
so पूर्वाग्रह.
पूर्वाग्रह.
आप किसी भी भावना से पहले से biased होते हो, ग्रहित होते हो कि वो ऐसा ही होगा.
पूर्वाग्रह.
पूर्वाग्रह.
पूर्वाग्रह. Okay.
Okay. So मुझे actually I could hear you, Shivani, but मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा था exact word. So
Okay, ma'am, no
that is
problem.
the word. Okay. So I hope this is clear. The topic is clear. Any other questions? No, right? So anyone else who wants to speak? Yes, बताइए.
Ma'am, can you add my name, ma'am?
Yes, Vinny, definitely. Yes. Anyone else?
Ma'am, your screen is not visible. Please share it.
Okay, sure, definitely. Chaliye, I hope the screen is visible now.
No, now it's visible.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, chaliye. So let's start then. If no one else wants to speak, we will start. Okay, and we will begin with Karthik. Yes, Karthik, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
You can start.
Prejudice means bias, discrimination, or partiality. We can call it with different names. So, yeah, definitely we can say that prejudice is still there in our society. I think the root cause of this prejudice, especially based on gender, is the power of men. Like we know that men have more power than women. The second cause of this prejudice or this bias is we know that in earlier days men used to earn or men used to go for wars, so they are kind of breadwinners for the family, and the women used to take care of the houses. So because of this, so we can say that earning, they used to think like earning or fighting in the wars is greater than doing household chores. I think the main cause is this for the discrimination in the society. And yeah, third question is women. We can say that prejudice. Some of the I will give you some of the examples of prejudice happening in our society. The first thing is public toilets. We can say so. Women in our society in rural areas and urban areas still facing this problem because of these public toilets. And second thing is, if you observe, after our independence, only 2 women became the prime minister or the president. So the men in the political parties are in a belief that only the higher positions like prime minister or president should be held by the men only. Yeah, because women sometimes take wrong decisions according to them, but it is totally wrong because Indira Gandhi, we know how Indira Gandhi ruled our country in hard times. Yeah, she took really great steps during her reign. Yeah. And also, yeah, some of the like in workplaces, so many men are still expecting some kind of favors from the women to get like for promotions. So we can say that this bias is still there in some workplaces. Because of this, women are not getting enough promotions or enough, um, like they're not in the correct place where they want to be. Like definitely gender issues affect the society a lot, because in earlier days, like a few years back, only the ranks in IITs or some other good exams, uh, only men used to get good ranks. But nowadays, if you observe, even girls are competing strong enough, like equally with the men. So the talent is there on both the sides. So if we just pull the women down, it's like pulling the talent down. It's not. So talent is important. If we just put the women aside because of their gender, it's completely wrong. Yeah, one more thing. I think I'm done, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, all right, very nice, Karthik, but it was a little slow, right? So you don't really have to follow the questions always. You can also like speak whatever comes to your mind. All right. Okay, but very well spoken. Very well spoken. Thank you so much, Karthik. Chali, after Karthik, then we have Zishan. Yes, Zishan, are you ready?
Yeah, ma'am, I'm ready, ma'am.
Okay, you can start
So,
then.
thank you so much, ma'am. First of all, I want to make differentiate between prejudice and stereotype and biasness. So, in a biasness can be a both like positive or negative, but we use stereotype mostly on the base of belief, like the Karthik said, the patriarchal society is the reason to discourage women. So this is the kind of belief that exists in our society, like patriarchal, like capitalism, like you could say that the other like religious power, like Christianity. Let's suppose they believe that we are superior, so they stereotype themselves. They differentiate, they discriminate the others people. So that's what we call. And prejudice always we differentiate on the base of emotions, on the base of your feelings. So that's what we call prejudice. So here we're talking about the specifically prejudice. So then I think you mentioned about the woman. Like if you read these three words on a Google, so you will definitely have much knowledge regarding a woman. But you, unfortunately, you could say that you couldn't get much knowledge regarding the other kind of prejudice. Like it can be a like job related. It can be a society. If somebody is fighting for someone, and in the end they who on some reasons like on the base of manipulation they get separated or they get criticism. So it can vary, it can vary even society to society, it can vary even culture to culture. So it depends the where you are living. So definitely the prejudice definition, the prejudice existence will operate according to that criteria, according to that culture or society. So in my opinion, this is in a sociology or in a society, this prejudice, this is considered as a crime because it is, you cannot differentiate, you cannot discriminate on the base of emotions like feelings. This exists in every person's. Like if you, for example, if you are not playing good in a cricket, you and like a Virat Kohli, I try to I give you the example of right now he's struggling. So we cannot make fun of his feeling, like by saying that you was once you were a great player, you considered as one of the best. So what happened with you? Can't you make a century right now? Can't you prove your potential right now? What happened with you? So indirectly, we try to mock them.
So we shouldn't do that. So this is, we call it prejudice. And plus, if a girls or a boy are having any kind of psychological issue, or you can't say that psychological issue, for some disease, they react differently in some situation, in some certain situation. So we shouldn't make a fun of him. We shouldn't say that you are sitting in front of like 10 members and they consider us a most respectable. So what you did, you shouldn't do that. Although he did unintentionally. So because it's in his part of his personality, so you accept it. But when we do not accept it, we call it prejudice. So this is, I think, the despicable things right now exist in our society unknowingly. We do not know about this concept, but regrettably it exists in our society. So I think it's nothing with the gender or another kind of things. It's you can see this kind of prejudice in everywhere. For example, masculinity or femininity. You know about this concept. So man cannot weep, cannot cry, cannot lose their emotion. Why? Because they are man. We attach this things, and they cannot express their feelings. They have to be strong at every time. In a deep crisis or in a normal position, he has to give a evidence like I'm a man. So this, because masculinity stigmatized me. So I think this is another kind of prejudice. Even in the woman, for example, women usually by physically, and it's a scientifical, or it's a, like the general thought, they consider weak. So we cannot make fun of women. You cannot be a prime minister, or you cannot be a good administrator because you are physically weak. So again, we are committing this prejudice. We shouldn't do that. So it exists in every department, in every aspect, but we need to figure it out. For that, you have to read these concepts. Must have knowledge and awareness about these concepts. So then you able to eliminate it, because the uniqueness of this concept is it exists in everywhere, but people do not know. So they must be aware with this. So I think that's what I want to say.
Very nice, very nice, Zishan. Absolutely correct. Okay, all the points you have covered, and it's not just based on gender bias, but as you said, it is based on everything: religion, class, society, everything. Very nice, very well done, Zishan. Thank you so much. Chaliye,
Thank you.
after Zishan, then we have Dipali. Yes, Dipali, are you ready?
Okay, ma'am. I will try, ma'am.
Yes, sure. Let's start.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, every society are predicates. For example, girls and boys, uh, and discrimination of girls and boys, and the girls not going on outside, and many people are think uh, the girls cannot do cannot do, and many people are supported for girls, uh, and but in the past girls had no importance, but today situation day by day different. uh, Girls give more opportunities, and many education societies, and girls more educated in the present, and but uh, many situation is so different in past, but today little bit predicate in girls. Girls not allowed outside in night, and I think every girl learn to karates, ma'am. because today situation is more different, uh, and his safety, he learned to karate, and he stand our legs, and he gone out, he go outside. So ma'am, predicates, the people are
Prejudice.
change prejudice. The people are change our prejudice and supported women. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay, very nice, Dipali. Really good try, amazing, very nice. So Dipali, you practice a little bit more, okay? और class में और active होइए और class में बोलिए. All right.
Thank
Okay,
you, ma'am.
very nice. Thank you so much, Dipali. चलिए, after Dipali, then we have Reena. Yes, Reena, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like to start?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, चलिए.
Yes, ma'am. According to myself,
According to me, right? According to me.
okay, according to me, sorry, ma'am, I don't know how to pronounce.
Prejudice. Prejudice.
Yes. Prejudice is nothing. It is discrimination between boys and girls, men and women, and caste. Yes, some people think that it is they are belongs to rich family. Then they can do each and everything. But and yes, and they will do wrong thing, then nothing will happen, because they belong to rich family, and they belong to, even they thought that they belongs to ministers family. It means some family member are belongs to, and belongs to minister and other high profile peoples. That the problem come from there, sorry, here. And yes, but I think that is the bad mentality. Even starts from government. According to according to me, actually, I saw that some school there are two types of there are two general study. It means girls and boys, but same all facility are same, but all facilities are same, but yes, girls fees less than boys fee. That is the big problem. Even some preference also given by teacher. She belongs to she is girl, then she has a right to do that work. And if you are why you are physical, it means you have it means physical strength is good, so that's why you can do this work. These types of discrimination also start in a school. That is the bad things. And even when I saw in verse, some seat also is some seats reserved for girls and ladies. It is also a start. It means it is a start since it have been a start from since childhood. Then it is not necessary. Yes, sometime it is necessary, because they belongs to ladies. It means she is lady, then that time she is in trouble, then definitely she has the right to use that seat. But not necessary every time they give that position. It means if you are that time you are ill, and you that time it is necessary for you use that seat, but not necessary each and every time you have to use that seat. This is also big problem. And one thing I saw, that one example is there also. Yesterday one people came in my house and say that I went to morning walk, but I saw that one lady was driving car, and then I went to footpath because I know that how to drive. See how to drive. Sorry, how yeah,
How
definitely.
women drive.
Yeah, definitely. But that is the main problem. How they think that if she is lady, then definitely he will drive rough. It is also type of problem. And sometimes also if each and every people know she is my daughter, then definitely she will do good manner. She is a good manner. It means she can do each and everything mannerful. But she is in other family, then she will be rude and other things. This is a bad mentality. That's all, ma'am.
Okay, very nice, Reena. Actually, very good prejudices you have talked about. How from a very young age you will see people give gifts like toys, so dolls to girls and cars or guns to boys, right? So already they are creating a discrimination by being prejudiced against this, right? And
One min-
absolutely, this is yes.
one mentality also is there, ma'am. If she is girl, then definitely all things
Should be pink.
put properly. If you are a boy, definitely he will do bad things. It means throw. Yes, throw is
Right. Right, absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Very well done, Rita. And also the one that you told about car driving, it's such a common misconception, such a common prejudice that women are very bad drivers and men are very good drivers, right? So again, a big misconception. Very good. Very well done, Rina. Keep practicing. Okay, keep practicing. थोड़ा और slowly बोलिए, think and then speak. Maybe थोड़ा सा और better हो सकता है. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Very nice. Thank you so much, Reena. Then we will move on to Isha. Yes, Isha, are you there? Okay. Then we will move on to Shailasha. Yes, Shailasha, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can start.
Okay, ma'am. So, before going to the ideas which I have or what I feel prejudice is, I will like to give a quick glance to what is prejudice. Although you have given a quite really very defined explanation of what is that, but I will still try to give define prejudice in my own word. So it is nothing but just the assumption or preconception we create about any person, anything, or any community. So starting from the example, like everyone else talked about humans and all, but I would like to start from animals. Uh, if a black cat cross your path, then anything mishappening will happen. So this is one of the preconception we have been taught, that if any black cat cross you, then you have to be more careful because you may have any accident or something like that. So but if rather than if we compare dog and cat, so dogs are more preferable because they are known as the guard of our home. So from this example I would like to start my speech. And the second thing is, there are many type of prejudice based on like uh, ageism, then sexism, then based on their class, like age. For example, in a job, for example, there is a person who is of 24 and another of 32. Then the chances are more that any new project will be given to the older one, like the person who is old, because people have the misconception that the people who are old have like uh, much experience than the one who are younger. But this is not true in all the way. There are so many people who have experienced a lot of things in a really very young age. So we can't judge anyone with their age. So, for example, I would like to give my example here. So, b- uh, being young, many people judge me that you can't do this because you are really very small to do this. For example, you can't lift anything really very heavy. So these are some of the misconception everyone has grown not only like in my surrounding, but also all over, like people all over the world. And also, ma'am, I would like to give some example from the history we have, and from the as compared to the history and the modern time. One thing I would like to add that with as our IQ has been grown up, has been increased, I feel that some people have the 50% of people have broad-minded mindset, and many of them have a narrow-minded mindset. Because earlier, like in history, some Rajput females, they have the freedom to learn everything, like from cooking to how to uh, sword war. They can even join the war and all. So people in the past, they also have some broad-minded mindset, but their surroundings suppress them, and this is what today as well doing. So this is kind of like there is a bucket full of crabs. If one crab is trying to come out of the bucket, then the rest all the crab will try to drag the one crab down and just keep them with them. So yeah, ma'am, that's it. And the rest we all know that the gender based, that if boys is crying, then he will be asked that why he is crying. He is a boy, he can't cry. But it is clinically proven, ma'am, that the boy and girl have same emotional levels. Just that women's being more brave, they express it, but boys they don't. So this is the basic difference. This is the point I like deadly want to mention in my speech. That's it, ma'am.
Very nice, very nice. Shailasha, very well spoken. Okay, very well structured speech with a proper introduction. The example that you gave at the very beginning was a great example, and the example with which you ended is also a very good example. I think just one thing I would like to say: you spoke really well. Okay, Shailasha, just keep practicing. You are very young. I think you will go a long way. Just one thing, I don't think that boys do not cry because they are a little weak and women are more brave. I think they do not cry because the society expects them to be brave. The society expects that they won't cry, and women are expected to cry. I think that is the reason that women can freely express their emotions, but men cannot, right? So
Right, ma'am.
think about it, okay? Shailasha, very well spoken. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
ma'am.
Chaliye. Very nice. After Shailasha, then we have Shweta. Yes, Shweta, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Shweta, you can start then.
Yeah, ma'am. Prejudices is type of negative feeling, and if somebody has this negative feeling, it sometimes becomes a dangerous thing for that person, and even for any group. Because if we see, prejudices exist, like discrimination exists in like uh, in gender biased people are more gender biased and religion biased, and there are uh, in colors also, like somebody are more somebody is fair and somebody is not somebody is dark. So these type of also comes under this prejudices. And that there are many types, but if I will speak about religion thing, like if somebody said some uh, religious speech, and in that if somebody has some negative thoughts in that, then it influence the some other person's thoughts. So it's like it it will affect whoever is in front of that, if that person is very big influencer. So so it it affects our society, and after some time it will means it will affect full society, and it will give negative impact. Like we have seen in colleges, some leaders uh, speak some hate speeches about somebody, and this affects people around who are listening to them. And like students are getting influenced, and then discrimination among themselves, and which creates few groups, and then they starts fight among themselves, and which creates so much of chaos. So this prejudices people are like a very big dangerous people who never thinks positive. It's like they whatever they are thinking, that is only the correct way of life, and they influence everyone. And so it's like, if I will say about uh, like earlier people also mentioned about girls female gender discrimination. So this is really, we are very much affected of it, because this place is male dominant. India is male dominating place. Even in world there are a lot of countries who are male dominated place, and in that they are having their own thoughts, and on that basis they are going, like, if we will see in Islam, there are a lot of rules and regulation for women, and not for male like men. And even in nearer like few months back, even we have seen for Afghanistan, there are a lot of uh, rules and regulation came around for Afghanistanis women, which we heard through the news. So these biased type of biased type of rules and regulations are there for gender. Even in women also there are superiority and inferiority complexes because of this, that we are good, and who are less than us, then we differentiate. So this discrimination is everywhere, and this is a big disadvantages for our society, disadvantage for our society. So for me, I in my opinion, this particular thing should be avoided by people. And for this thing, uh, we need to educate people first, then only they will understand which is good and which is bad. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, very nice, very well spoken, Shweta. Very good sentences and all, structure and all. I just want to tell you one thing, Shweta. I feel that not just Islam, because I feel that in society, Islam is highlighted a lot, but all religions throughout the world. I think in all religions, one thing that is very common is the oppression of women. This is my completely my own belief that women are somehow or the other oppressed in all religions. थोड़ा सा होने से भी उनको मतलब क्या बोले कि सबऑर्डिनेट दर्जा दिया जाता है, राइट? दे आर गिवन अ सबऑर्डिनेट पोजीशन. सो दिस इज completely again my own belief, but you can add that also, maybe think about that, right? Very
Yeah.
well spoken, Shweta. Very well spoken, very nicely delivered, and sentence and all was really good. So practice, Shweta, and keep speaking. Okay,
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Okay.
thank you so much. Chaliye, very nice. So after Shweta, then we have Shivani. Yes, Shivani, are you there?
Hello. Yeah,
Yes,
ma'am.
Shivani, I
Good
can hear
evening.
you. Yes, you can start.
Okay. So, in my knowledge, prejudice is like a concept which consists in your mind from a long time. It's about your, it depends about your personal thought for someone, or uh, personal liking and disliking also. And some prejudice based on culture, religion, and gender. So there are so many ways to define this word. So like example, it's we commonly know whenever we are going to whenever uh, we go to some work, and someone just that time someone sneezing, or a sudden call from you back. So that's we are not think that's a good thing. And just a prejudice because we thought that someone is using, so we should stop. We don't go right now, or cat is crossing the road, so just stop, don't go. So it's all depends on our belief, whichever consisting a very long, which comes a very long time in our life, that affect us. And highly regarded women in our society. Why? So no, I don't think so. Women are very highly regarded for their work because people has the simple concept. Women can't do this all these things. They she has some criteria when she performed. Otherwise, there is no anything, no such things which women can do. Like if women wants to go outside at night, or if women very frequently to keep their points in front of everyone, or if she fight with her rights. So many things are there. It's it's a very vast things. It's a very deep thing. I'm just creating a line which we are going through. So it's always happens in our society. We can say our society or others, other countries' religion or society, and it's the very same. Only women are the point of the center. Only women can suffer from all this thing. All rules
You're not
only women
audible.
can do. Yeah, so I don't know why is it there? Why who
Yes.
makes the rules and regulation about the women?
Shivani? Okay.
So
Chaliye, I don't know why, but
and
can't hear.
yeah, highly regarded men. Obviously, men are always very very top our criteria. Man is man. Yeah, there are some physical differentiate between men and women, but obviously it's a common concept. Men is when do everything like that, and man is a honor of a family, so he has the decision power like that. So that's our concept. But this concept also very on community. Some are men are very important in some community. Women are also, but by but more I think men get so many privileges in our society. So are there gender role based issues in your country, or are they? Okay, so so many gender based issues in our country. Girls not get easily education, comparatively boys. Maybe it's it's depends on a person to person thinking also, because there is lack of education. People can't understand what is the value of if they educate women also, or a girl child also. So it's depends on simple thinking is there. What women will do, what girls will do after some time. She will get married and go somewhere else. So it's like a concept, so they don't want to invest money on in his or her girl child. So there is so many educations and freedom, so many gender inequality, gender issues in our society. And
Okay, Shivani,
we
you can
can say
conclude.
some educated person also uh, give preference to male child. That's also example of gender discrimination or a gender issues in our society. So No, I don't think so. Women workers often promoted on their workplace. Workplace has so many constituency and politics are there. So it depends on organization, what they think about their employees. If organization is good and his belief system or his no rules and norms for equal for everyone. So it depends on fully on organization, what they want to do to promote women or men. But yeah, there is discrimination, but
Hello everyone, welcome to today's live class. My name is Eden. I give the live classes every Tuesday and Thursday, 7 p.m. India Standard Time. Welcome, lots of you joining. Hi Pramad, hi Gansham, hi Shweta, hi Shivi, hi Amit, hi Manika. So if you're a pro member, you can join me in the Zoom room, or you can write in the chat. If you are new, you can follow me to write in the chat. So if you have any questions, let me know. If you want to say anything, please write in the chat or tell me in the Zoom room. Lala says, hey all friends. Okay. So let's write the word friends on the screen. Leila, like this. Very nice. Hi everyone. I hope you're having a good evening or a good morning if you're joining from somewhere else.
Hi,
Hi Ananya. How are you?
I'm good, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good. How is your school going, Ananya?
So my school is closed now because my exams will start in 2nd May.
But you've been studying, right? How is your studying going?
Yes, ma'am. I am revising all my all the subjects and chapters. Yes. Like I haven't given an offline exam in 2 years, so I am a little bit nervous.
Okay. So most of your exams have been online. And is it all subjects that you will be tested on?
Like 2nd March, the exam of 2 subjects will happen. Then 5th March, 6th March, and 7th March, and then my exams are like completed.
I see. Great. So, but is it all your subjects, or will some of your subjects still be online?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck, Ananya.
Another thing, my exams, like in one day there will be two subjects. Like on 2nd March there will be history and science, like 2 subjects. So I have to read 2 subjects equally in the time.
Wow, that is a lot. Good luck. I don't think that ever happened to me. I was lucky, maybe once, but that's not easy. So good luck. Make sure you take care of yourself, Ananya.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Well done. It'll be exciting when it's over. I'm sure you've been working hard. So well done. And hi, Manika, Shailendra, Shweta. Welcome, everyone. Hi, Shailendra. How are you?
No, ma'am, I am not good.
You're not good. Why are you not good?
Because, ma'am, you have not been taking classes.
I know. So on Sundays, I don't take any more because I'm too busy.
Yeah.
Last Thursday, there was a power cut in my city. So my backup power wasn't working.
Okay.
So I'm in a place now which has solar panels so that there is backup energy.
Ma'am, are you in Cape Town or in some other city?
Yeah, in Cape Town. In Cape Town.
Ma'am, I have seen some reports that there has been a widespread flood in South Africa.
Yeah, not in my city, not in my area in KwaZulu-Natal, but yeah, it has been quite bad. It's not affected where I am at all. But yeah, it's unfortunately affected a lot of people. It's quite unusual because we've had so many years of drought, of not enough water, and then suddenly there are floods. So it's very surprising and unexpected.
Okay.
Yeah.
And ma'am, one more thing. Boris Johnson, he is visiting India on 21 or 22 April. Yes. So ma'am, I invite you also. You come also with Boris Johnson.
Oh, I don't want to be near Boris Johnson.
Yeah, ma'am.
It's not worth it.
That's why, ma'am, I wanted you to make friendship with Boris Johnson.
I think he's probably the most unpopular prime minister in the history of England.
Recently, he has been fined for flouting COVID rules.
Yeah, and every day there seems to be something new that's happening, something new that's making people angry. So he has lots of scandals and things, so lots of issues. Yeah. So good luck having him in your country.
Yeah.
I think people in England will just be relieved he's not there anymore.
But ma'am, I liked when he visited Kyiv recently.
Yeah. I mean, it's good that he supported Ukraine. He has a few Russian links, which are a bit suspicious. Then it might be more for show than anything else. We don't know. He cares more about himself, it seems, than other people.
Okay.
It's good that he was supporting Ukraine. Yes. I think one of the only sort of European leaders to visit apart from the European Council, the European Union.
Ma'am, do you know how he managed to enter Kyiv? Because there is, I think there is no fly zone over Ukraine. So ma'am, how did he manage to reach Kyiv?
I'm assuming he got a train. Maybe he flew to Poland and then got a train into Ukraine. That's possible. I think the European leaders did do that as well.
Okay.
I can't remember her name, the woman, Ursula von der Leyen. I think she also visited by train. Yeah, it's probably the most common way. I just want to say hi to Simran and Ty. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. So if anyone has any questions, let me know. We're going to do the topic of Earth Day today. Does anyone know what Earth Day is?
Yes, ma'am, 22 April.
Yeah, exactly. It's coming up in 3 days' time. It'll be Earth Day.
Ma'am, around 3 or 4 years ago, on 22 April, I rode 100-kilometer cycle.
Oh, wow. 100 kilometers. Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Congratulations. You can always say that you did that.
Yeah.
No one can take that away from you. Amazing.
But
and what was it? Was it?
But ma'am, recently, last weekend, my city administration, they organized 118-kilometer cyclothon. But ma'am, I couldn't join it because I was in another city. So
I see.
Yeah.
And is it in support of Earth Day, or is it just a coincidence that it happens?
Ma'am, it was organized to support the cycling.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, to spread awareness among city residents to adopt cycle.
Okay. So it does. Yeah, it's all about Earth Day. So it's good that it falls around that time because that is something you can do to support the Earth.
Yeah.
So can we sum up what Earth Day is, why we celebrate it, for anyone who doesn't know or hasn't heard of it? So hi, Eric. You're new, you're a pro member. You can join in the Zoom room. So what is Earth Day, Shailendra? Why do we celebrate it? Can you explain it to anyone who maybe doesn't know?
Ma'am, we celebrate Earth Day to make people aware about all the bad things that we have been doing to the earth and all type to spread awareness related to pollution, and all the bad things that have been happening on the earth.
Yeah.
That is the main reason to celebrate this Earth Day, to make people aware about the pollution, to make people aware about the population and all the bad things.
Yeah, and also celebrating
diversity.
The positive. Yeah, celebrating the earth. How can we protect it? How can we make it better? Exactly, Shailendra. So sort of thinking about environmental protection. How can we protect the earth and Mother Nature? So let's start with a quiz about Earth Day, and then we're going to think about some important topics about the earth. And I want to know your opinions. But first, this is the first question. How many people do you think celebrate Earth Day every year? It's one of the largest. We say secular. Secular means non-religious. Observance, if something's observed, it means it's followed, it's an event. So it's the largest non-religious day to be celebrated. So do we know how many people celebrate? Does anyone want to have a guess? Is it 500 million? Is it 1 billion? Is it 3 billion? What do we think? So if you want to guess your answer in the chat, put it in the chat, just for A, B, C, or D. Does anyone in the Zoom room want to guess?
It's a guess from my side. I think 1 billion.
Okay, I'm not going to give the answer yet. Does anyone else have it? Think differently? Think a different answer? Okay, does anyone else want to make any other guesses in the Zoom room? Okay, I'll tell you, you are right, Shailendra, it is 1 billion. So it's a lot of people to celebrate one thing. Could be more, maybe in 10 years time, it will be 3 billion. That would be great. But at the moment, it's around about 1 billion. But the more awareness that is raised, the more people do it. And I think younger people are celebrating it more in school as well. Okay, so we're going to start with a little quiz about Earth Day. Yeah?
Do we celebrate this by putting electricity off for 1 hour? Is it we do on this day or some other day?
Maybe some people do. I think the way that some people celebrate is turning off lights and things like that. I don't think everyone does it. But definitely that's a way that
there is some other day for switching off the electricity.
Okay, maybe that could be possible. Yeah, I'll have to look it up. Do you know
that
which?
Is Earth Hour?
Earth Hour. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I have heard of that. Veena says to save Earth and protect the flora and fauna from their vulnerability. Great description, Veena. That's exactly what Earth Day is. And this word flora and fauna, excellent. These come from Latin, meaning plants and animals. So flora is plants and fauna is animals. Often if you hear them used, you'll hear them used together, flora and fauna, way to just describe all living life basically on Earth. So yeah, exactly, Veena. We celebrate to protect them. They're especially vulnerable because of us, the things we have done to animals. So if anyone has any other questions, please let me know. Don't be afraid to interrupt if you're in the Zoom room to ask questions or to share an opinion. And if you're in the chat, please write. Yes, Shailendra?
Ma'am, we celebrate Earth Hour on every last Saturday of March.
Okay. Yeah. So
from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. we put out all the electricity, all the electric lights off for this 1 hour.
Okay. Yeah. So an hour of no.
And ma'am, this year's Earth Hour fall on 26th of March.
Okay. So it was recently. Did you celebrate it, Shailendra? Did you turn off power at that time?
Actually, ma'am, I didn't. yeah, because but ma'am, I saw it on news channels, and in India, some of the important monuments like Parliament and some heritage monuments, they they put off all the electricity for 1 hour.
Ah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I think in South Africa we do that anyway, every week, sometimes every day. At the moment, it's every day. We don't have electricity, so maybe here it's not as big a holiday because it's so common, and it's not by choice. But it's a really good thing because we definitely need to use less power and less electricity and less fossil fuels. So on that note, let's start the quiz. It's very relevant. So a little bit of questions about some of the issues we have with Earth. So the first question, which gas is made by burning fossil fuels? So by burning oil, gas.
Carbon dioxide.
Okay, does anyone think differently? It's quite well known, but Luna, what says the theme of Earth Day is invest in the planet? Yeah, so every year there's a different theme. That's a great point. You know what? Yeah, there's different themes, different focuses for each year to focus on things that are really important. Yeah. So if you're in the chat, please write your answers, what you think. If you're in the Zoom room, you can share them. And Shailendra's right. Yeah, exactly. So this is David Attenborough. This is sort of his quiz to encourage people. Does anyone know David Attenborough? Has anyone watched his documentaries?
I know, ma'am. He's a environmentalist, and he's a British descent. And ma'am, I see him on BBC Earth, a channel, and he always presents show on environment.
Yeah. Exactly. So this is a big issue of his. He campaigns. He cares about this issue. He tries to raise awareness.
And ma'am, he has been working for environment for the last, I think, 50 years.
Yeah, he's in his 90s now. And yeah, you're right. When he started realizing the issues that Earth was facing, he started campaigning. Exactly. So Shailendra, because you got that right, can you read the information about fossil fuels?
Okay.
David Attenborough.
For the last 150 years, humans have been burning fossil fuels such as coal, oil, and gas. This releases carbon dioxide gas into the Earth's atmosphere and warms the planet. This has helped to cause an unnatural climate change known as global warming.
Yeah. So well done, Luna. What got that right? Exactly, you're right. Carbon dioxide, the issue, the gas that's the biggest issue with global warming. Do we know why it's such a problem? Does anyone know? Why is carbon dioxide a problem? Why don't we want too much?
Because ma'am, carbon dioxide traps the sunlight, and then it warms up the environment.
Exactly, it traps the heat in the earth.
Yeah.
Certain gases are better than others at trapping in heat.
We call it greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, and there are some methane. These are all greenhouse gases. They absorb heat and they don't allow heat to go out. That's why this creates unnatural global warming.
Exactly, you're right, Shailendra. So like a greenhouse, it's a metaphor, a way of explaining it. A greenhouse is a house that's supposed to help plants grow by trapping in heat, by staying warm. And that's exactly what some of these gases are doing. Well done. Okay, let's look at the next question. So, true or false, global warming only causes warmer weather? What do we think? Eric says, hi, everyone. Hi, Eric. False. Okay, why do you think false?
Ma'am, because ma'am, not just the greenhouse gases are not responsible for only warmer weather. It is these gases are also responsible for other calamities like drought and floods So this is not only the one result of global warming.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Chandra. The floods you gave in KwaZulu-Natal are a very good example of that. Unexpected weather changes because there's less predictability, and there are different effects. Sometimes the heat travels and moves around the earth, so it's not just localized in one place, but it can affect the weather in different places in different ways. So again, can you read what it says, Shailendra? Since you got that right. Mm-hmm.
Global warming is the increase in the temperature of Earth's atmosphere. However, this doesn't mean that we can expect only heat waves and droughts. Global warming causes more frequent and powerful extreme weather events. And depending on where you live in the world, these can include hurricanes, storms, and blizzards.
Yeah, exactly. So just like you said, droughts, heat waves, but also hurricanes, blizzards, storms, floods as well.
Yeah.
So has anyone experienced this in the area that you live? Different weather, unexpected weather. I think we've all seen it on the news, things that are a little bit different. Has anyone experienced it personally?
Yes, ma'am. I have experienced it.
What has been?
When I was a kid, there was a distinct. I could notice the different weather at a different time.
Yeah.
But nowadays, I can't predict rain only for the certain period of time. It can happen any time. And ma'am, what I have noticed these days that we have hot days more in year than colder days.
Yeah, so on the whole, it's hotter, which is why it's sort of global warming, increases in the overall temperature.
Yeah,
as it says.
Earlier, ma'am, in our country, earlier 40 temperature was normal in summer season, but nowadays this 40 has gone up to 45, and now, ma'am, 45 degrees normal in summer season.
Yeah, so the highest temperature has increased. That's definitely true. I noticed that when I was in England already, and definitely in South Africa as well. It's just warmer in general. Even in autumn, we're in autumn now, but the temperatures are still in the high 20s, sometimes the 30s at certain times of the day. Luna, what also makes a good point, glaciers melt, and that can cause cyclones. Interesting, okay. Lots of different effects. I think recently they announced, maybe a couple of days ago or a couple of weeks ago, that the largest glacier or the largest ice that was floating has melted. So not a good sign. I can't remember which. I don't know if anyone heard that on the news as well. Okay, let's look at another question. So corals, you might know these, they're tiny animals, or little plants, basically in the ocean. And they have a hard outer skeleton, so they can gather to form coral reefs. Australia is known for having coral reefs, the Great Barrier Reef. Does anyone know what's happening to them because of global warming? There's a problem. Is it coral whitening, coral bleaching, coral fading, or coral wasting? Has anyone heard of this effect of global warming? Does anyone know?
I'm confused between A and B.
Okay, what do you think? Maybe the picture is a clue. What do you think is?
If I go with the picture, then A is the suitable answer.
Okay. Does anyone think differently? Let's go with Shailendra's answer first. Does anyone think differently? Not A. Do you want to try your second answer, Shailendra? That was your second sort of.
Yeah, ma'am. Second, coral bleaching.
You're right. So the effect of bleaching is to whiten things, to get rid of the chemicals that cause coloring or that color something. So can you read what this says, Shailendra?
Yeah, ma'am. And ma'am, recently, the World United Nations, they recently tagged a coral Great Barrier Reef in Australia as a as a as a as a threat. They told that this barrier reef is in danger, but Australia denied it, and I don't know after what happened, but there was a confrontation between United Nations. There is one agency in United Nations. United Nations, I think, I don't know the exact name, but they tagged this Great Barrier Reef as a danger because of human activities.
Definitely. They're losing, it's getting smaller, I think, as well. They're losing plants. It's an issue.
I think there is a tag for this Great Barrier Reef. World Heritage, I think.
It's a really important, definitely might be one of those. I think it's definitely a very important area. So it'd be really lost to the world and to animals in the ocean if it was completely, if it disappeared completely. Luna, what also makes a good point about the ozone layer, it's a safety layer. Yeah, the ozone layer absorbs a lot of the dangerous radiation that comes through from the sun. So if our ozone layer gets destroyed, we can experience a lot of that dangerous radiation. Some really good points, Luna. Keep them coming, keep sharing your knowledge. So Shailendra, can you read what it says about this coral bleaching phenomena?
Yeah, coral can become stressed by changes in ocean temperature caused by the global warming. When this happens, they spit out colorful algae that live within them. Coral need these algae for food, and without it, they will eventually die. Coral reefs are an important home for many species, so it is important that they are protected.
Yeah, so it's not just the coral reefs or the corals that will die, it's the other plants that live there as well. Exactly. So let's look at another question. So we know about renewable energy. It's things like solar, things that renewable means it can keep being made. It's not going to run out. The opposite of renewable would be non-renewable, or something is finite. There's only a certain amount of it.
Yeah.
So which of these is not renewable? Maybe we know this. Maybe it's an easy one for many of you. What do you think? Coal. Yeah, exactly. It's not renewable because it's going to run out. There's only a certain amount of it. And once it all gets used up, it would take millions of years to make more. So can you read this again, Shailendra? What does it say?
Yeah. Burning fossil fuels such as coal releases carbon dioxide into the air and causes climate change. Renewable green energy sources such as solar, wind, and water, hydro, will not run out. They release much less carbon dioxide into the air.
Yeah. So even if we weren't worried about global warming, just the issue that coal and gas are going to run out shows that we need to do something about it. Which hopefully solar won't run out in our lifetime unless something happens to the sun. Okay, the next question. Which impacts does climate change have? Ice sheets melting more rapidly, more extreme weather, warmer oceans, or all of the above?
All of the above.
Yeah, we discussed this. Exactly. Can you read this again, Shailendra? You're doing lots of reading today. I hope you don't mind.
No, ma'am. I like reading.
Okay.
The rise in the Earth's temperature caused by global warming is having many effects on the planet. By keeping the rise in temperatures to less than 1.5 degrees Celsius, we can help to stop the worst effects of climate change.
Yeah. So I think they said this is sort of our last chance, the last couple of years we have before it's definitely going to rise more than 1.5 degrees. It'll be too late.
Ma'am, but scientists have predicted. But ma'am, scientists have predicted that this
Hi, ma'am. Good evening,
threshold.
Hi, Sanjay. How are you?
I'm fine, ma'am. And about you, ma'am?
I'm good. Have you heard of Earth Day, Sanjay?
Sorry, ma'am?
Have you heard of Earth Day? Do you know
Yes,
Earth
ma'am.
Day?
Yes, ma'am.
So that is the topic, because it is so soon. That is what we are talking about today. We're thinking about Earth Day and about global warming and environmental issues.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going to do a quiz. But if you have any questions on anything else, please let me know, Sanjay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
So sorry, Shailendra, what were you saying?
Ma'am, I was saying that there is one organization, IPCC, Intergovernment Panel for Climate Control. And in their recent report, they have released, they have assessed that keeping the temperature below 1.5 degrees Celsius rise is very difficult with this, with the current level of emission, and we can easily surpass this 1.5 degree threshold. And if it happens, there will be a catastrophic natural calamities on Earth.
Yeah, so it's really important. Yeah, it is such a critical time, such an important time to do something before it gets worse. Veena said something interesting in the chat. All of the above, you were right, Veena, well done. And also David Attenborough's brother, Richard Attenborough, was the person who directed Gandhi. It's possible, I don't know, some kind of relative. Interesting, yeah. I think he comes from sort of a famous family. A lot of them are in different fields, but successful in different fields. But that's an interesting link. Thank you for sharing that, Veena. And you're absolutely right. So let's look at the next question. What do we think? So which of these is not a cause of deforestation? Not a reason. So the clearing of trees, mining, wildfires, agriculture, tree planting, or logging. So this is more thinking about the definition of deforestation. D, Shailendra? You're right.
Simply D.
Yeah. So helping us think about the meaning of deforestation. Deforestation, getting rid of trees, less trees. Obviously, if we plant trees, there's more trees.
Yeah.
So it's not a cause, it's the opposite. Exactly. Sanjay, would you like to read this fact about deforestation? Would you like to read?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Use area of forests are being cleared for timber or to make space for farming, roads and houses. Tree planting is taking place all over the world. This is a great way to help tackle climate change and can provide a valuable habitat for wildlife.
Excellent, Sanjay, very good. Yeah, so a really critical thing to combat, to solve, to fight climate change. We talk about fighting it like it's a bit of a war. Somebody raise their hand. Somebody with,
yes, ma'am.
Who's that? Hi, who's that?
Hi, ma'am. Ma'am, my name is Dinesh and I'm new in your class, ma'am.
Okay, welcome. Did
This
you
is
say
my
Ganesh? I didn't quite hear.
Ma'am, Dinesh. D-I.
Dinesh.
Yes,
Dinesh.
ma'am,
Hi,
Dinesh.
Dinesh.
Yes.
Welcome. So we're doing a topic about Earth Day. Do you know
Yes, ma'am.
anything about Earth Day?
No, ma'am. Before not, sorry, ma'am. Before this class, I don't know about Earth Day, but since watching this video, I'm little aware about it.
Okay, great. I'm glad that it's new information. So feel free to tell me what you think are the answers to some of the questions. If there are any words you don't know the meaning of, let me know, tell me. And please share your opinion on what we're doing. So let's look at the next question. Which of the following foods is a major cause of climate change? So this is maybe a little bit controversial. Science isn't always easy, but what do we think? Which food is the worst?
Can I?
Yeah, Shailendra, what do you think?
B, simply B.
Beef? Why do you think beef?
Because, ma'am, while growing animals, we feed them with crops and even they release methane gases when they excrete. So these produces greenhouse gases.
Yeah. Okay. Does anyone else agree or disagree? Dinesh, what do you think? Do you disagree or
Yes,
do you
ma'am.
agree?
Yes, ma'am. I am
Okay.
agree with you.
Okay, you agree. Veena also thinks beef. Yeah, so this is the thing that we're told a lot is sort of the worst. I think new evidence, it's not always easy to collect the data, but this is the thing that most scientists think cause the most greenhouse gases. So Dinesh, would you like to read some of the information?
Yes, ma'am. Food production is one of the biggest threats to the planet. Beef produce lots of greenhouse gases, which cause global warming because cows produce a lot of methane. Furthermore, large areas of forest are being cleared to make way for farming land for cattle or for growing their food. Did you know lots of food manufacturers have been producing plant-based alternative to meat, such as meat-free burgers? Some farmers are even experimenting with feeding
Seaweed.
Seaweed to cattle to try to reduce the amount of methane that they produce.
Excellent reading, Dinesh. Well done. Yeah, exactly what you said, Shailendra. They produce a lot of methane, which is a greenhouse gas. And yeah, trying to feed them seaweed, changing their diet to see how that can change the amount of methane that they produce. So there are different
What is
ways.
the meaning of seaweed?
Seaweed is the green grass that grows in the sea, in the ocean. So let's see if I can find a picture. It's very popular in Asia to eat. You eat it around sushi. In South Africa here, they grow a lot of seaweed. So places that are on the coast or near the ocean. But I think it's more popular in Asian cultures to eat. I personally love it. This is seaweed. Do you know, Dinesh?
No, ma'am, I don't know before.
Okay. Okay, this is new. So this is how it grows naturally in the ocean, in the sea. So it's basically the weed of the sea. Weed means grass. So it's seagrass, the grass of the sea. And often when it's processed, it looks like this. So you can buy it, you can eat it, wrap sushi around it, or you can eat it fresh. So very popular to eat in sort of Japan, Korea, China, and getting more popular. It's becoming a superfood because people think it has so many. Yeah.
Okay. People are taking up this as a professional farming in some South Asian countries.
Yeah, definitely.
Just like farmers grow what is called, ma'am, agriculture on land. There are farmers, they grow these weeds in ocean.
Yeah, they say that it's easy to grow because the water is there, so it doesn't use more water, so it is quite environmentally friendly farming.
Yes,
and it's good for the ocean. So yeah, I think it's becoming more of a big business. But it's very good for you, seaweed. It has lots of healthy things. I think iron, and some other chemicals that I can't think right now. So we have this term carbon footprint. Has anyone heard of this? Do you know what it means? It's often used to talk about things. What do you think, Shailendra? Which answer? Do you think it's A, the amount of carbon? C?
Definitely
the amount of, so by someone's activities rather than how much is produced when we walk. We don't produce a lot when we walk. Does anyone think a different answer? Does anyone agree with Shailendra? Okay, let's find out. Yes, you're right. So it's about the carbon you produce by doing things in your life. If you fly, you're going to produce a lot of carbon.
Yeah.
So would anyone like to read?
Yes, ma'am. Can I?
Okay. Yes, Dinesh, please read.
Most of what we do and the products that we use in our everyday lives had a carbon footprint. There are lots of changes that we can make to help decrease decrease our carbon footprint. This includes the following: walking or cycling rather than traveling by car, eating less meat, cutting down on flying, switching off electrical appliances when they are not being used.
Excellent. So there are lots of things you can do to reduce the amount of carbon you make personally. And there are even these things online, these calculators. You tell them what you do every day, and they will guess what your carbon footprint is. Vina in the chat makes a good point. We need to reduce carbon footprints by changing our habits. Exactly. Our food habit as well. Yeah. It's hard for us to turn vegan. It's true. Vina, I understand that. I'm not vegetarian, although I'd love to be. Yeah, you could change it by changing what you eat. As it says, walking or cycling, cutting down on flying, switching off appliances. There are also other things. You can choose foods that haven't traveled very far. So eating local foods, that's another way. Does anyone know any other techniques, the ones that we haven't mentioned, that can reduce your carbon footprint? Or does anyone try and do these things? Shailendra, I know you cycle.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. But ma'am, we can reduce our consumption. Like, ma'am, when we go to the mall, we buy so many things that comes with packaging, and this packaging and this transportation of goods from foreign country to your native place, this also increases your carbon footprint.
Yeah, exactly.
And overall your lifestyle. If you live minimalistic, then your carbon footprint will be low.
Yeah, that's true. Minimalistic. Yeah. I don't know if anyone has seen the TV show. The TV show The Good Place. I don't want to give spoilers away, but there is a character in there who lives very minimalistically, only grows everything he eats, and only takes things that are near to him.
And ma'am, owning personal cars, we can opt for cabs. It will help to reduce the carbon footprint.
Yeah, exactly. Using cabs, or also going in a car. Yeah, public transport, definitely. Vina says reduce using petrochemical products like plastic. Yeah, definitely, because they do use a lot of carbon to produce them, to make them, and then also to recycle them as well. So just not using them is a really good way. Anita has a great point. We use more and more renewable sources for our daily needs. So save non-renewable sources for future generations. That's a very good point. Yeah, use more renewable things. Try to save those non-renewable things.
Ma'am, but due to high temperatures, it has increasingly become very difficult to ride cycles during daytime.
Okay.
In countries like India, where sunlight is unabundant. So, ma'am, it is very difficult even for me, ma'am. In summers, we can't ride a cycle after 9 a.m. in the morning because it is too hot.
That is a huge issue. Are people trying to solve it? Are there inventions? Are there bicycles with sort of umbrellas? Is that possible, do you think? Has anyone tried that?
Yeah, ma'am, it is possible, ma'am. But we can do one thing in our working places. We should have one common room, or where we can change our clothes and we can have bath, so that we don't sweat. Because, ma'am, I don't want to enter my office with sweating and all my shirt and pant in sweat. So if my organization provides me a place to change my clothes and have a shower, then it would be good for me, and I will definitely go to the office by cycling.
Yeah, that would be a great idea. Do you think that workplaces have to be sort of forced to help employees sort of not drive, but do more environmentally friendly things, would they do it on their own? Is there the incentive, or do governments need to put laws in to?
Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am, we should, like, ma'am, we are talking about carbon footprint, and government should force these multinational and big corporations to reduce their carbon footprint. And if they if the government put taxes and if they force them, then they eventually come up with new ideas to reduce their carbon footprint. Even they can incentivize their employees to ride electric cycle or electric vehicles.
Yeah, that's a great idea. There will be more innovation, like you said, more ideas if kind of people are forced to. In England, in 2030, the government has given the deadline that there are not allowed to be the sales of any new non-electric cars, any combustion engine cars that burn fossil fuels. So companies are not allowed to sell new ones by 2030.
Okay, ma'am,
So,
it is a good.
do you think it's a good idea?
Yeah, it is in good direction. The decision is in good direction.
Have you heard any other countries do something similar? Are there any plans for India to phase out? They use this phrase, phase out, slowly reduce or slowly get rid of?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. In India, ma'am, government is incentivizing. If I buy an electric vehicle, government is providing subsidies, but still, ma'am, buying an electric vehicle is very costly than buying a fossil fuel based vehicle. So, ma'am, India is not a wealthy country, and people can't afford electric vehicles. Ma'am, particularly, ma'am, four-wheelers, because they are very costly. The four-wheelers are actually, ma'am, double. The price of four-wheeler is actually double than the price of fossil fuel-based vehicles. So, yeah, ma'am, if government can help, and they can help to reduce the prices of four-wheelers, electric four vehicles, then it will change the mindset of people.
Yeah. How do you think they can reduce the costs? Is it by investment, or is it by subsidies?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. By providing subsidies and by giving tax breaks to these companies, and by spreading more awareness.
Yeah, more awareness.
Yeah, more awareness, and by augmenting electric vehicle infrastructure like charging points, because this is one of the important roadblocks in adopting electric vehicles, because people are not afraid of buying electric vehicles. They are afraid of the charging point, because they feel what if they don't get charging point in the middle of a highway? Then that is the main reason. Charging point.
Yeah, you're right. Some great points, Shalendra. Thank you for sharing those. And great use of the idiom roadblocks. Definitely, that's the problem, stopping things, stopping people buying them, or stopping them being a little bit cheaper because not enough people are buying electric vehicles. I wonder what's going to happen in 2030 in England. I wonder how much the price point will come down. It'd be interesting to find out. Okay, so let's look at the next question. I want to ask some questions to you before we finish this quiz. So let's see if we can get through this. So this is just what I said. But what is, if this law comes into England, the banning of certain cars, what will all cars have to be powered by 2030 in England? Yeah, electricity, exactly. So would somebody like to read? Sanjay, I don't think you've read. Would you like to read?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Shalendra?
Ma'am, I think if this electricity comes from renewable energy, then it will be good. But if this electricity comes from fossil fuel, then it is of no use.
Well, it's still better than, it still means less fossil fuels are being built, but you're right. it's not as productive. It'd be better to have more renewable sources. That's a very good point, Shailendra. Yeah. So Sanjay, can you read? What does it say?
Yes, ma'am. From 2030, all new cars and vans in the UK must be powered by an electric motor and battery rather than by burning fossil fuels like petrol and diesel. Some hybrid cars which use both fossil fuels and electricity will still be allowed if they can be driven without giving off too much carbon dioxide. This change will help to reduce the amount of carbon dioxide in the air, which causes global warming, and will also make the air that we breathe cleaner. Ma'am.
Yeah, excellent. Lovely reading, Sanjay. Thank you. Does anyone think this is a bad idea? Does anyone disagree or think something should be different about this law? Is anyone surprised by this? Is it too soon? Is it too much? Is it not enough? What do you think?
No, ma'am, it is definitely not too soon because we have a deadline. And if we still procrastinate, then there is no one to save us.
It follows the phrase or the proverb, the sooner the better.
Yeah.
Never too, can't be too soon. What do you think, Sanjay? Do you think this is a good idea?
Yes, ma'am, definitely, ma'am, because we are so far about these things, ma'am, in my country, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes.
So maybe if yeah.
But yes, ma'am. But we also use mostly transporter vehicle. CNG vehicle is also a good idea, ma'am.
Yeah. So having different kinds of vehicles.
CNG gas vehicles, CNG vehicles, ma'am.
Yeah. Maybe if it happens in England, maybe that will make electric cars cheaper globally. So maybe it will help other countries. Maybe it'll make places prices cheaper in India or other countries who haven't yet done this, hopefully. So maybe if sort of richer countries do this earlier, maybe it can help. Anita says, I saw daily wage workers working whole days in open sun without caring for heat stroke. I think our body has a capacity to adapt, maybe, but maybe they do get ill. Maybe they have problems, but they have to. But it's interesting. Okay, one more question. There is nothing that can be done to stop climate change. What do we think? Is this true or false? False. Does anyone think true? Does anyone think it is too late? And Anya says, what's the topic? So Anya, we're thinking about Earth Day, environmental protection, thinking we did some quiz questions in a moment. I'm going to ask you questions about your opinion about these topics. So we're thinking, what can we do to stop global warming becoming worse? What can we do to save the environment? And we learned a little bit about different terms, different phrases we use when we talk about global warming, like carbon footprint. So I hope that helps, Ananya. So Shailendra, you said false. Yeah, definitely. We've already seen some of the things you can do. Would anyone like to read the last slide?
Yes, ma'am. Climate change is having a huge effect on the planet. However, we know how to do something about it. If we can all work together and make the changes that are needed to cut greenhouse gas emission, then we can help to slow global warming. 190 countries have signed a document called the Paris Agreement. This is an if global warming will well below 2 degrees Celsius and ideally below 1.5 degrees Celsius. These countries are making lots of change and coming up with new ideas to try and lower the amount of greenhouse gases that they produce.
Excellent, Sanjay. Well done. Thank you for reading. Anita, there was a power cut. I also have lots of power cuts. Do we think power cuts are becoming sort of more common across countries? Do we think if we switch to renewable energy, will that help? Will that make things better? Will we have more energy? What do we think?
Ma'am, I think, ma'am, 1 hour power cut is good for everyone. So that, ma'am, we can detach ourselves from mobiles, laptops. We can share our time with our families.
So you're right. In South Africa, people do talk more, I think, when there are power cuts. But do we think this is an issue because of using fossil fuels, or is it a different kind of issue?
No, ma'am, it is because of mismanagement, and it is because of bad policies of government.
True. That is true. Anita says, yes, Sanjay?
Yes, ma'am. Increasing population is the most of the issue, ma'am, who is involved in all type evil, ma'am.
That's a good point too. Yeah, the more people, the more demand, the more we need electricity.
Yes,
yeah, good point. And also we're using electricity more, each person, we use it every day now. It's kind of necessary for modern life. That's a good point, Sanjay.
Yes,
ma'am. Anita says recently in Nasik in India, 6 electric vehicles caught fire due to high temperature. Investigation is going on. Yeah. Well, there are going to be issues with new technology. The more you have, the more understanding. I think these things also happen to combustion cars as well. But you're right. That is a problem, but it can be fixed. Hi, Maha, welcome. So we've thought a lot about different ideas of global warming, different problems. I'm going to ask you some questions, but before we do, does anyone have any opinions they want to share or anything that they want to say? Yes, Chandra?
But we did not talk about the carbon neutrality.
Okay. Can you share that? Can you share what you think about it? What is it for people who don't know?
Carbon neutrality means, let's say a country is producing 1 lakh metric ton of carbon every year. So we have to make ways to absorb this 1 lakh metric ton of carbon dioxide. So net carbon dioxide emission is 0. This is called carbon neutrality, and all the countries are pledging to achieve carbon neutrality as soon as possible. Because if we leave this carbon dioxide in the environment, it will increase the global warming. And if we trap them and if we absorb them, then it will not affect, or it will not increase the global warming.
Yeah, exactly. So if we can stop releasing more, that can definitely sort of help.
By planting more trees, and when there are some technologies that can trap the carbon dioxide in the environment.
Yeah, there's sort of a term, carbon capture technology, capturing, taking, trapping.
And then I have seen one technology. In that technology, they collect the carbon dioxide and they decrease the temperature below the freezing point, and then it becomes solid carbon dioxide. And then they make logs of this solid carbon dioxide, and they buried it in earth, the seabed. Yeah.
Very interesting. Yeah. Maybe for future generations to find, try to figure out why is there so much carbon underneath. But yeah, that's definitely better than releasing it into the atmosphere. Maha says, what is the topic? No problem, Maha. We're still going to have a little bit of a discussion. I'm going to ask you questions, but we're thinking about Earth Day. And we're thinking about understanding it. We've done a quiz and thinking about your opinions about climate change, issues of environmental protection. So I have some questions. I want to know your opinion on these issues. The first issue that I want to think about is a little bit off topic, that recently we are looking more at Mars, other planets. Do you think if we found another planet that was a little bit like Earth, how would that change our relationship with Earth? What do you think? If we found another Earth-like planet? What do we think? Would we stop trying to take care of our Earth? Would we do more? Some people think we have to stop wasting resources because we only have one Earth. Would it have a negative effect? Would it be a positive or a negative thing? What do we think?
Ma'am, I don't know, but ma'am, I saw one movie, Martian, and in that movie, the protagonist, he left. I think Matt Damon. He left on the Mars because of some accident, and then he lived there, and he grew vegetables also on the Mars. So, ma'am, yeah, ma'am, I think in near future it is possible to have colonies on different planets.
Okay. Yes, definitely. Maybe we will have to if we do something. If we destroy the planet too much, if we don't do enough now, it might be that we have to live on other planets or find another solar system. Another question I have: how can we create momentum? So momentum make people want to do more and more about changing Earth. How can we create, we can say the word momentum or inspiration. How can we create desire to change the Earth? How can we motivate people?
Ma'am, by involving celebrities and leaders in this quest to reduce the global warming. Ma'am, because ma'am, when celebrities do, people tend to follow them, and they like to follow them, and ma'am, it doesn't become a taboo. When a celebrity like a star or an actor, they do it, then it becomes very easy for other people to follow it.
Yeah, that's a great point, Shilendra. Yeah, definitely. It's all about, we look up to other people. So if we have people...
And because when we see celebrities, they come up with new clothes every party. They come with high-end luxury cars. So people want to follow them. They follow their lifestyle. They want to follow their lifestyle. But ma'am, in turn, if these celebrities live a life of minimalistic, and if they don't change their clothes very often, then it will have an impact on the population also.
That's true. Yeah, often in celebrity culture or just general culture, it's all about buying, spending, using more things, selling things. So if celebrities can sell a more minimalistic lifestyle, that would definitely be a trend.
Because ma'am, even in Hollywood, even in Bollywood, these actors, they only wear their dress one time and then they throw it, because they don't want to be in media with the same dress again and again. So ma'am, it increases consumption.
That's very true. It's kind of a cultural thing. We look up to people, we follow things. So if the person that a lot of people look up to changes their ways, that could make a huge difference. Dinesh, do you have an idea?
No, ma'am, but I want to ask a question. Ma'am, what is momentum?
Well, momentum, the word, it was first a science idea. So the idea of momentum, something has energy and gets faster and faster. But we also use that idea to talk about when we want to create change or when we want to make things happen.
Okay.
So how can we get things going with people, to making people do things or caring about Earth? How can we make it happen?
If we motivate the people about the Earth, we need to tell them benefit about Earth.
Yeah. So
that
raising
is the
awareness.
good way to motivate the people and interact into this, ma'am.
Yeah.
In my opinion, ma'am.
That's a great way. Yeah. Helping people understand. Does anyone have any other ideas? Or do you have any other ideas, Dinesh? So raising awareness, helping people appreciate Earth. Sanjay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. If we cuts the tree, any development process, ma'am. Also, it's a necessary and clearly rules about make this point. We also plant double trees, ma'am.
Yeah.
We plant double tree. How many tree cuts in a sector as a field which are for developing procedure, ma'am? But it's necessary for double plants, double trees are plants for these region, ma'am.
That's very true. Yeah. And if it becomes normal to cut down trees, then people think that's the way it is. That's what a city looks like, or that's how we live.
In simple sentence, if I have cut a tree for my necessity, it's my rule and authority. I plant 2 trees, ma'am.
Ah, lovely, Sanjay. That's a great thing to do. How can you make other people want to do that? How can you get other people to want to plant more trees or to want to do something like?
For that type kind of thing, it's making a rule about these type of things, ma'am. So can anyone inspired to create and something will happen, I think.
So having rules, regulations, forcing people, kind of if they have to do it, they will do it. That's a good idea. Definitely.
Sharing,
yeah, Shailendra?
And then sharing pictures of our new car and new home and our travel, we should put pictures of plantation instead of these things.
Yeah.
We should post pictures of plantation.
Yeah. So maybe a culture not of material possessions, but a culture of appreciating Earth.
Yeah, because ma'am, I have seen lots of youngsters. They just want to show their materialistic sides.
Yeah.
Whenever they buy a new mobile or a new car or a new if they go some new places, they post their pictures, and this becomes a race.
Yeah.
Other people are also want to do the same thing, and this increases the consumption.
That's a very good point. Yeah, some excellent ideas. Thank you, everyone, for sharing them. I think a lot of people criticize people going to space and going in rockets. But one thing that psychologists found, the effect on astronauts, when they went to space, they actually appreciated Earth more because they saw how sort of lonely Earth was, how we need to appreciate it, how special it is, how wondrous it is when you look at it from a different perspective. So if we can get people to appreciate Earth and see how wonderful it is from a bigger perspective, we're kind of alone in space. There isn't another Earth, which is kind of an amazing thing that we know of. Definitely not one close. Yeah.
And when in last, we should see the Earth as our home, not just bricks and walls and concrete as our home. This is our Earth where we live, not just in our house made of bricks and concrete.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Chandra. Yeah, that is about changing our perspective. This is everyone's home. We all live in the same home. Yeah, and that links to what Veena said, to educate children. Yeah, how to live a minimalistic life, making them think about Earth as their home, as our home. So thank you everyone for sharing your opinions. Thank you, Dinesh, Sanjay, and Shailendra for reading so nicely, for everyone to read the extra facts about the topic. I hope this was a useful and interesting topic. I will be back on Thursday, hopefully, if there aren't any power issues. But I do have backup power now, so I should be back on Thursday at 7 p.m. India Standard Time. So I hope to see you all there. Have a wonderful evening. I hope you have a wonderful Earth Day on the 22nd, and I'll see you all soon. Bye, everyone.